So today's workshop is a joint workshop hosted by Cal Recycle and the California Public Utilities Commission. As many of you in the audience know, the falling cost of PV panels, batteries, and related components, coupled with state and federal incentives to encourage deployment of these technologies, has driven consumer adoption. While this means we have additional tools for decarbonization efforts, it also means greater physical waste resulting from these technologies. The useful life of these materials can be decades long, but inevitably there will be a need to dispose of these materials in California and nationally. And we do not presently have a robust recycling or reuse program in state to deal with these materials. Today's workshop is meant to be the start of an ongoing dialogue between the state, industry, and other experts on how we can tackle the growing problem of end-of-life management of PV panels and batteries used in electric vehicles and energy storage, as well as their related components, such as inverters. Earlier this year, I'm really pleased to let you know that the CPUC and Cal Recycle signed a memorandum of understanding focused on cooperatively developing consistent approaches to addressing this issue. And I want to emphasize the words consistent, because any approach we take will need to provide a clear path forward for industry, manufacturers, and affected consumers. Through this effort, we have also formed an interagency working group with DTSC, the CEC, and CARB, all of whom you will hear from today. And they are our partners in this effort. Finally, since safety is a priority at the Commission, before we get started, let's review the safety announcement for the Commission.
As you are aware, our #1 priority is safety. As such, we will address certain safety concerns in this venue. In the event of an emergency, please calmly proceed toward the exits. We have 4 exits, 2 in the rear and 1 on either side of the dais. In the event we need to evacuate the building, our assembly point is in the Garden Plaza area between the War Memorial Herbst Theater and the War Memorial Opera House on Van Ness. When going out the rear exits, head through the courtyard and down the front steps, then head south on Van Ness by crossing McAllister Street. You'll find the Garden Plaza area on your right immediately after walking past the Herbst Theater. When going out the side exits, after heading out either exits, you'll find yourself on Golden Gate Avenue. From there, proceed east, turn south on Van Ness, and walk towards McAllister Street. After crossing McAllister, the Garden Plaza area will be on your right after passing the War Memorial Herbst Theater. In the event of an emergency, Executive Director Alice Stebbins will call 911, and our Public Advisor Allison Brown is certified in CPR and First Aid. Thank you for your attention.
Excellent. I want to do a quick mic check just to make sure we have some colleagues on the phone from the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission. We have Chair Griffin and Commissioner Potter. I would just want to make sure that we can hear them. Commissioner Potter, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Okay, so we'll get the volume turned up so we can hear you loud and clear. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to President Picker.
So thank you, and thank all of you who are joining us here. I want to especially call out my colleagues here at the CPUC, Commissioner Rechtschaffen, who will be joining us, and Commissioner Guzman Aceves, and Director Smithline from Cal Recycles. And then, of course, recently we signed a memorandum of understanding to share work and knowledge with our colleagues at the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission, where the very topics that we're discussing here today are very front and center for them as well. So I've been interested and concerned about this issue going back to 2003, when Californians Against Waste actually published a report, Toxic Tsunami, talking about waste from the electronics industry, particularly heavy metals associated with chips and lead associated with cathode ray tubes. And at that point, we were seeing a major shift away from cathode ray tubes as the way that you could actually see what it is that your computer was doing. and a lot of lead in cathode ray tubes. There was a huge wave of old CRTs arriving at landfills across California as people switched to new LCD and other forms of screens. And so it was overwhelming the capacity of many of the local land disposal facilities to manage. There was no market. The following year, we discovered in a report by the Computer Take Back campaign that this was actually a global problem. And we started to track where are these wastes actually going. And we discovered that there was a major industry that was shipping electronic waste out of California and out of other U.S. states to Guangzhou, a province in China, where people were disassembling it for the copper. And the way that they were doing that is they were taking hammers and smashing the screens and then reaching in and pulling out the components that were recyclable, and they were boiling chips to get the gold out. And as a result, groundwater and drinking water up 70 miles of the Chinese coast were heavily contaminated with lead from California and other U.S. states' waste. We cannot afford to make that mistake again. We know that there will be a large number of solar panels that will reach their end of useful life here in California because we've been buying a lot of them and we've been installing a lot of them. We know that in terms of large-scale facilities, it's easy to find a particular responsible party and begin to require them to take some actions to manage their projects. It becomes more challenging for panel removal and disposal and handling or remanufacturing if you're talking about 500,000 rooftop solar arrays. We also are starting to see the advent of lithium-ion batteries. And while we've seen some effort at the national level and by some companies for extended producer responsibility for their panels, we are not seeing any similar effort for lithium-ion batteries. They're in large numbers at utility scale projects that provide us with different forms of electric reliability, and we're starting to see them in people's homes and businesses as a form of individual reliability and load shifting to be able to take advantage of time of use rates. We're also starting to see a large uptake in terms of transportation. We need to get a handle on this. So I want to thank the other commissioners who joined me here. I want to thank our colleagues from the state of Hawaii, Jennifer Potter and Jay Griffin. And I want to thank Director Smith-Klein for his steadfast work, and particularly Teresa Bowie, who's been consistently working on this for a number of years. So thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Scott Smithline, Director of CalRecycle. Thank you for coming today. Again, I would likewise like to thank President Picker and the commissioners, all of you for coming today, as well as a number of the panelists who I know some of them flew a great distance to come here today to share their expertise with us, so I appreciate that very much. CalRecycle, we are not experts in the deployment of solar panel technologies or electronic vehicle batteries or energy storage batteries. We have expertise and experience in tracking and managing the flow of materials through the economy, and particularly at the point in the economy when these products and materials are no longer useful for their original intended purpose, what we call end of life. And so as we accelerate towards this carbon-free electric system and transportation in California, we're obviously making great strides in leadership towards reducing our greenhouse gas footprint, but we're also introducing a number of new technologies and a significant quantity of new materials into the economy, many of which have the possibility of harming public health or the environment, either at their stage of manufacture or at disposal or processing. And we're all too familiar, frankly, in California with some of the painful lessons we're learning about the pain that batteries can cause when they're not properly handled at end of life. So it's a very significant issue for us that we're tracking. So in order to have a truly successful integration of these technologies, we need to be planning now for their management at end of life. What we know is that if something is more expensive to recycle than it is to dispose, it's going to get disposed. And if it's too expensive to dispose, or if it's banned from disposal, and we don't have some kind of intervention in the market, into the economy, that material risks being illegally dumped. And so that's what we have to be very careful about avoiding. We have a lot of experience in California managing products and materials at end of life. We have several programs where we manage traditional commodities. Many of you are familiar with things like the Beverage Container Recycling Program. Local governments are certainly familiar with AB 939, which is a requirement, 50% recycling requirement for local governments. That's why everyone here has curbside recycling in front of their home. We also have a specific set of programs for more challenging to deal with materials such as tires, used oil, paint, carpet, mattresses, and we have a program for managing electronic waste as well. It was mentioned by President Picker. I think that program, the Electronic Recycling Act of 2003, is probably the most analogous program here. I mean, it was obviously originally designed to deal with the cathode ray tubes, and now we've sort of progressed beyond the original purpose of that program. And part of the reason actually we're here together today is because Teresa Bowie and others put together a report on the futures of that program, and it caused President Picker to actually show up unannounced at our public hearing and to comment, but to actually offer to join in partnership with us, which we very much appreciate. So I want to thank you very much for taking that initiative. So we learned some lessons from SB 20. I think one of the first lessons we learned was that early implementation is really important. I think we were behind the curve. By the time we implemented SB 20, there was a significant amount of legacy cathode ray tubes in people's basements and homes and other things, and that was a fee program. So when we put a fee on video display devices, there was a bit of a disconnect between the fee that you were paying and the product you were paying it on, and the cost of recycling a totally different product. So it's important to be ahead of the curve on these types of programs. These programs need to be adaptable. Right, technologies are changing quickly. As we speak today, we're already talking about new types of battery programs and different types of solar panels. So whatever programs we come up with, I think we want to make sure that those programs are adaptable. I think we learned with the SB 20 program that collection is only part of the solution. I think there's no question that SB 20 is one of the most successful e-waste collection programs anywhere in the world. We do not have a problem in the state of California with illegal disposal and dumping of electronic video display devices in any significant way. That's certainly not true in many states across the country, and it's certainly not true across the world. But we learned was that if those commodities, those products, once they're collected and processed, if those intermediary products don't have a market, that we could end up seeing those intermediary products dumped or landfilled or stockpiled in other states or in other countries. So we have to be thinking beyond just the collection stage in these programs. And fourth and finally and relatedly is that success really starts with design. Designing products for recyclability and reuse is what minimizes the risk that these things will be illegally disposed at the end of life. There are some unique challenges associated with the products and the technologies that we're talking about today. We're familiar with some of them. There's difficulty with safe dismantling of these products, and some of them there's a low concentration of high value materials, which makes them difficult to fund the recycling of them if the scrap value of this material is low. We have currently a significant in-state infrastructure desert. I don't know how else to put it. We don't have the infrastructure in state to recycle these products as we sit here today. And we also have a significant lack of standardization across these products, which makes them difficult to recycle at scale. So I think the point I really want to make is that very small decisions made at the design phase of these products now can pay huge dividends on the back end in terms of recycling and reuse. And again, we're not experts in the deployment of these technologies or in their efficient use, but what we do know is that if we don't make those decisions now, the cost of recycling on these things could be prohibitively high later. And so what we're here to do today and with our team and our staff is to learn from the experts and understand how we can help support this transition. So I think with that, I just want to thank partners at DTSC, CEC, ARB, and at the PUC for supporting this joint effort today. Thank you.
Commissioner Potter and Chair Griffin from the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission will now provide some remarks.
Hi, this is Jennifer Potter. Can you all hear me okay? I hope. Yes. So I'd like to begin by giving a little bit of a personal story, or just a professional personal story. I had the opportunity to be project manager of a virtual power plant project while I was at Hawaii Natural Energy Institute. And the project was reusing 6 lithium-ion battery energy storage systems. And there were 4 of the battery energy storage systems that needed to be replaced. And so during the conversation, we were trying to figure out how we were going to replace those. And one of the questions that came up, what do we do with the batteries that are not functionable? And so we were working with the manufacturer, trying to determine where we could we ship these off island, because certainly we didn't have the capacity in Maui or even Honolulu to recycle those batteries. And the manufacturer said, well, we don't have any place that we can recycle them in California either. So we were all at a loss of what we were going to do with these batteries. And it was very expensive to ship them back to California. But that's eventually what we ended up doing, back to the warehouse of the manufacturer. And this raised a lot of alarms. Not that I hadn't been thinking about how we were going to deal with photovoltaics, but the battery question, I hadn't really thought about. So this workshop is absolutely timely. Now that I'm commissioner, I have some opportunities to think through this for the state of California, or Hawaii, sorry, with the collaboration of California. So I think that this is just a great opportunity for us to get ahead of the challenges that we're going to face within our industry for both photovoltaics, but certainly for the lithium-ion batteries. And I'm very grateful to the Commission for allowing us to join into this process. I'm excited about the memorandum of understanding that we've developed with the California Public Utilities Commission, and so that we can address these types of issues and hopefully getting ahead of some of the challenges. I think that as an island state, there are certainly some unique challenges, and in particular, we certainly aren't going to have the capacity to have a recycling center on island. So the question comes up is where and what do we do with these panels? Do they go to an island nation in the Pacific Ocean? Do they go back to the mainland? It's important that Hawaii starts thinking about the process for how we're going to deal with these technologies, and do that fairly quickly. So I'm very grateful to be here. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to the workshop.
Aloha and good morning. This is Jay Griffin. I'm the chair of the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission, and our commission is very excited to join you today, an opportunity to help kick off the workshop. Commissioner Potter and we're actually spanning multiple time zones today. We're in Colorado for a NARUC-NASIO joint task force meeting, but our staff should be calling in or on the phone now. And for all the reasons you've heard, this was a very fitting topic as our first official collaboration between the two commissions. I jumped at the opportunity when President Picker brought it up last week. As Commissioner Potter spoke to, it is an island state, very isolated landmass. We're bringing in new technologies to help us with our energy dependence, but we're creating new problems. And when I've been asked about this in the past, we've never had a good answer on what we're going to do with these materials as they age. My predecessor actually used to ask me about this all the time as we started to see lots of interest in energy storage systems. So we're very excited to work with you. We look forward to today's discussions, and we look forward the ability to work together on solutions, and just thank you for the opportunity to take part in this. And with that, we'll let everyone get started, and we look forward to the discussions. Thanks.
Great. Thank you to all of our keynote speakers and to our colleagues in Hawaii. And with that, we'll get started with panel 1.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ana Maria Stoyanchu. I'm the manager of the electronic waste recycling program with CalRecycle. The first panel aims to discuss current policies and programs in the purview of various state agencies. We have today a representative from 5 different departments: California Public Utility Commission, California Energy Commission, Air Resource Board, Department of Toxic Substances Control, and CalRecycle. To begin with, we've prepared a couple of introductory slides. And before we start, just wanted to say that the representative will be looking at each department's jurisdiction, including legislative mandates, relevant programs, and upcoming proceedings. So to begin with, as regards California's solar regulatory landscape, on the installation side, we have CPUC that administers incentive programs and approves rates, tariffs, and infrastructure spending. This is to implement the renewable energy standard mandate that requires 60% of all electricity must be powered from renewable energy by 2030. On CEC side, CEC implements the building standards that require photovoltaic installations for new homes and also provides funding for research and technology support. On the end-of-life side, DTSC regulates the end-of-life management for photovoltaics, and CalRecycle supports recycling and market development, also coordinates with DTSC on hazardous waste and universal wastes. Regarding California's electric vehicle battery regulatory landscape, we have the manufacturing side with Air Resource Board that regulates automakers and also sets zero-emission vehicles regulations. CPUC oversees EV batteries rebates program and also approves rates, tariffs, and infrastructure spending. CEC conducts EV market studies and, as mentioned before, also provides funding and technical support for vehicle technologies. On the end-of-life side, DTSC regulates the hazardous waste batteries and will also participate in the EV advisory group. CalRecycle supports recycling and market development and will also participate in the EV advisory group. So I'll give the floor to Brian Corpich from California Public Utility Commission. Brian is Senior Regulatory Analyst.
Thanks, Ana Maria. So this first slide here, the graph shows the solar PV deployment that we track here at the CPUC. And then on the right here, you'll see our jurisdiction. And it'll highlight the governing statute, and then the number after that, the rulemaking number that starts with an R, that is the proceeding number if you'd like to get more information on any of this. So starting with the RPS standard then, we approve the investor-owned utilities RPS contracts, and those are the large 3 IOUs. SCE, PG&E, and SDG&E. We don't collect data on the contracts that are signed for the other utilities we regulate, so PacifiCorp, Bear Valley, and Liberty. Moving on then down to the NEM tariffs. So we approve the IOU's NEM and interconnection tariffs for the smaller distributed PV systems, and that you'll see in the darker color on the graph. Then moving on to SB1, that was the original solar incentive program. That's no longer in play for the distributed PV, but that's led to a lot of the growth that you can see on the graph. And then we do not regulate the POUs, so that'll be something that the CEC talks about later. And then finally, if you look at the numbers towards the right hand of the graph, beginning in 2019, those are all projections for the solar development that we expect to see. And all of that is from the Integrated Resources Plans proceeding, which through that proceeding, we get the projections for all of the load serving entities. So that's the IOUs, the electric service providers or ESPs, and the CCAs. That data on the left, so before 2018, that doesn't include any of the CCA or the ESP data, but on the right, that's why you'll see a bit of a bump beginning in 2019. As load has been migrating to the CCAs, they will be responsible for a lot of the RPS deployment. And so you'll see a lot of that development occurring with those entities rather than the entities that we directly regulate and approve their RPS contracts. Moving on then to give you an idea of how much farther into the future we would have to shift this graph to see when the resources will be retired. Most of the RPS PPAs that's power purchase agreements, are about 20 years in length, and NEM systems are subject to a 20-year grandfathering provision. So when you sign up for your tariff, you're guaranteed to stay on that tariff for 20 years. Many of the PV panels will have slightly longer lifespans, but that's sort of while it's in our jurisdiction. And you'll see the end of the first RPS PPA will occur in 2025, and the first NEM system will retire has already retired in 2016. Also, just to give you a little bit better picture of the number of panels per megawatt, it's about 2,500 to 4,000 panels per megawatt. So, just beginning in 2007 to 2010, that's about 1 million panels in that grouping. Moving on then to energy storage. The first couple of statutes you'll see here are the investor-owned utilities energy storage mandates, and that's where we see a lot of this storage development come in. Below that, under the most recent statute governing the SGIP program, SB 700, so the Self-Generation Incentive Program is an incentive program for distributed storage, and I oversee the IOU's administration of that program. And then again, the forecast data beginning in 2019 is all from the integrated resources plans. I should also caveat that, so it's from the preferred system plan in the IRP proceeding, and that has not yet been voted out by the commission, just to put an asterisk on that. And then in terms of how far we would have to shift this graph into the future to know when these systems will be retired, generally it's thought that energy storage systems will have about a 15 to 20 year lifespan, and you'll see approximately 5,000 cells per megawatt hour. Finally, our jurisdiction over electric vehicles, we oversee the IOU's EV rebate programs, and we approve the EV rates and spending on charging infrastructure. just a couple of points about the data here. So the CEC projections that we used for everything beyond March of 2019 are the high adoption scenario from the IPER. The chart here also only shows light-duty electric vehicle sales, but we expect to see significant electrification in the medium and heavy-duty vehicle segment too. Further, we show the governor's ZEV goals in 2025 and 2030, but those goals also include hydrogen fuel cells. In terms of when we would expect to see the batteries start being retired, most EV manufacturers offer an 8-year or 100,000-mile warranty, but we haven't really seen many cars any of the cars reach the end of this warranty. The Tesla Model S has only been around since 2012, so we haven't yet gotten to the 8 or 10-year mark there. With that, I'll hand it off to my colleague here.
Thank you, Brian. I would like to give the floor to Natalie Lee. Natalie is the Deputy Director in the Renewable Energy Division.
Thank you, Anna Maria. Good morning. First, I want to thank CalRecycle and the CPUC for inviting us to participate in this very important and timely conversation. The Energy Commission, I want to keep my comments fairly brief because I'm really interested in hearing from you as to what your questions are and what your thoughts are. And I want to build on what Brian's provided, an excellent sense of volume and timing that I think we all have some vision around already, but I really appreciate the detail that you've added, Brian. And adding what the Energy Commission's, some of our specific role and mandates in these topic areas currently are, but more importantly, what we see as potentially opportunities in the future to build from these established mandates in the work that we've already done, what we're currently doing, and what we have planned or a vision forward, and how that can contribute in this forum, as well as helping us to accomplish some of the state's clean energy and climate goals. So building again from what Brian mentioned, the Energy Commission works and administers the RPS in coordination with the CPUC. Our specific roles are to certify renewable energy facilities as eligible for the RPS, and I think this is one of those areas where we have some real opportunity. The established relationships and information that we gain in certifying facilities, specifically solar facilities, can be a real benefit as we work together in these next generation questions. We also oversee the publicly owned utilities compliance with the RPS, and we do verify as eligible all claims from all load serving entities for the RPS. So again, there's data and insight available there that will benefit these conversations. At the same time, we have built a really strong industry collaboration in implementing the RPS. There's a history of implementation here in working groups, not just public process and proceedings, but in wrestling with really practical considerations that the load serving entities and the project developers are wrestling with, which again is an established forum that can be leveraged to some of these additional conversations. Moving into some of our other roles, the Energy Commission, as mentioned previously, does implement the energy efficiency building standards, which are updated every 3 years. The 2019 building standards do mandate solar to be integrated in the construction of low-rise residential within the state. It also offers an option for additional credit for the installation of energy storage. So in looking at the projections for growth in solar PV systems, especially in the behind-the-meter systems, this will play a critical role. It also places a critical responsibility on the Energy Commission in mandating this to make sure that this is done with environmental sustainability and cost effectiveness in mind. So moving into some of our other roles, I do want to mention that we work collaboratively with our sister agencies in transportation electrification as well. The Energy Commission offers about $100 million a year in funding that's invested primarily in building alternative fuel infrastructure in electric vehicles and hydrogen fueling. But we do also fund specific fleet applications of electric vehicles. And this is an area that we've collaborated to date on the potential for EV batteries to be repurposed for additional use in stationary applications. That is one topic that's been cross-cutting across many of the areas of the Energy Commission. In support of our solar programs, we maintain equipment lists of solar equipment that are efficient and high-performing and safety tested. And in following the standards for certifying efficiency and safety, we're following the standards that are looking at things like the repurposing of electric vehicle batteries and how that can be done with consumer safety in mind. And underpinning all of the efforts at the Energy Commission is investment, a long-standing investment in research. We have a couple of representatives from our research division joining me here today. If you have any specific questions on our research programs, I'd like to introduce you to them. But our research supports the development of new technologies and the deployment of technologies. And what we're trying to do right now is currently integrate life cycle assessment. We have done this for some time, but there is an interest here in really looking at life cycle assessment in our solar development. I think this speaks a lot to what Director Smithline mentioned in looking at design and how that can best support end-of-life management and efficiency throughout the life of our solar systems. But this investment in innovation also raises some additional considerations for this conversation. The technology we're installing today is not the same as what we installed 20 years ago. And it won't be the same in 5 more years. It's constantly changing. And so as we look to life cycle management of solar systems, of EV batteries, of storage systems, we want to participate in these conversations to ensure that we're looking at the changes that have occurred to date in technology, and we're also creating a system that encourages continued innovation. So we don't want to look at a point in time at a static moment and create a system that addresses what we perceive as being the installed fleet today or the future fleet in any material type. We want to look at something that can respond to change in technology and support that change in technology. And with that, I think I will turn it over to our Air Resources Board participant.
Thank you, Natalie. Next is Joshua Cunningham from Air Resource Board. Joshua is a branch chief for the Advanced Clean Cars branch.
Great. Thank you very much for having me today. My program at the Air Resources Board is the group that implements and develops the vehicle regulations for automakers for all the vehicles that are sold in California. A large part of that is the electric vehicle requirements. So a proportion of all the vehicles that are sold in California by major automakers have to be electric. And so that's the context for why I think we're pleased to be part of this conversation. I'm going to break my comments into 2 broad areas, knowing that the core message that I think our program has relevance for is the scale of the amount of automotive batteries that are going to be coming into the market that then have to go through into the conversation about disposal or ideally battery second life, like we partner with the Energy Commission on. So I'm going to break my comments into 2 parts. If you look at the graph on the left side, it gives you a sense of the scale of transformation that we feel is necessary to support the climate mitigation targets. This was developed a couple of years ago for some of our analysis that ultimately went into the scoping plan released a year ago. The colored portions of that graph represent the amount of electric vehicles or plug-in hybrids that need to be on the road, new and old, to meet the original climate target set under Governor Schwarzenegger for 80% by 2050. So to give you a sense, the light-duty fleet right now is about 25 million vehicles. With the growth in the fleet in future years, we project that to be closer to 35 million, and 2/3 of that would have had to be some form of electric. The dashed yellow line would be the projection of what the sales requirements would have to be to then result in those on-road vehicles. And you can see that this projection which was our top-down scenario at the time, projected that by 2050, every single car sold or a light truck would have to be some form of electric to ensure that as you get the aged vehicles, you get that proportion of the fleet. The scenario implied in more near term is that we had to be on the path for the governor's target of 1.5 million by 2025 and about 5 million vehicles on the road by 2030, which represents about 40% sales. So within the next 10 years, we would have had to have been on the path of 40% sales in the market in California. The last thing I'll note is that this scenario is now out of date with Governor Brown's commitment in the fall for carbon neutrality. This needs to be accelerated. The carbon neutrality for light-duty vehicles potentially implies that every single car on the road by 2045 has to be electric, and so sales have to be further accelerated from this. So flipping that around to what it implies for the policies that we can do to help put us on the path for climate stabilization. We have two main regulations that I think are relevant that provide some context for hopefully certainty for electric vehicles in the market. The most prominent one is our zero-emission vehicle regulation. We have this in place right now. It's been in place since the early 1990s. The current incarnation of it sets a path for about a 10% sales requirement by 2025, which would include plug-in hybrids and fuel cell vehicles. The automakers are currently exceeding our targets, and so the market last year was on the scale of about 8%, and so we're pleased to see that. Clearly, that particular target in 2025 is just the starting point for where we need to go. So we are already starting to plan for a new version of the ZEV regulation, which would be going to our board within the next 2 years, which would set much higher sales requirements that would be in after 2025. Our current policy flatlines in that year. So for those of you who want to follow with our proceedings, we anticipate going to the board within the next couple of years, and we will be taking a lot of stakeholder input as we develop requirements that would hopefully put us on the path for these sales requirements. So clearly that means that we're going to have a high volume of electric vehicles in the market. That implies the question of what do you do with all the vehicle batteries. We are very much interested in seeing that those batteries are either refurbished for second use or used for battery second life and secondary purposes such that they're not having to go to the landfills. The second policy I'll mention, which is a new one, we have a statute. To make a specific relevant comment, I was asked to provide the statute and authority. So the ZEV regulation, we get authority under the Federal Clean Air Act. California has a waiver under the federal EPA to develop vehicle standards that reduce emissions in California. So that Federal Clean Air Act, as well as the California's SB 32, which is the climate requirements, have huge implications for what we need to do for light-duty vehicles because we have a large proportion of the CO2 emissions in California. The second policy I was going to mention, we have a new statute that was signed by the governor in the fall, SB 1014, which requires the Air Resources Board, in partnership with the Public Utilities Commission, to develop a new requirement called the Clean Mile Standard for ride-hailing companies. So Uber, Lyft, and other ride-hailing providers, we are going to be developing a requirement that is an emissions per passenger mile reduction that would then imply for the vehicles on the road that are operating under those providers, the emissions are declining over time. They're a small proportion of the fleet, but we feel that that is a growing proportion of the mobility patterns. And the last comment I'll just mention is that type of a use profile is something that I think we need to get a handle on, because they're going to be high mileage vehicles. If we get electric vehicles into those fleets, it accelerates the pace in which we can get people into electric vehicle miles. But those cars will age more quickly, and we have to have a sense of how more in a faster pace those batteries would then come out of the vehicles and be used for second use. So I'll finish there.
Thank you, Joshua. Next, I would like to give the floor to Jessica Twinning from DTSC. Jessica is a supervisor in the Policy Development Unit, part of the Hazardous Waste Management Program.
Hi, I want to thank you all for inviting us, CalRecycle and CPUC especially. I think it's really important to have DTSC at the table, especially because we want to be as proactive as we can be instead of reactive with these wastes that are emerging. I'm sorry. That's good. Okay. So DTSC works in partnership with CalRecycle regarding the management of waste in California. So for context, waste are materials that are no longer serve their intended purpose. So they're discarded and they've reached the end of their life. So DTSC specifically manages the oversight of hazardous waste in California. So what exactly is a hazardous waste? A hazardous waste are those wastes that are either listed or they exhibit a characteristic of a hazardous waste. So listed wastes are those that typically emanate from industrial and manufacturing processes, and they're known to be hazardous. But characteristic wastes are those that exhibit a characteristic of either toxicity, reactivity, ignitability, or corrosivity. So there are tests outlined in our regulations for all of those different characteristics. And if they are determined to either fail or exceed thresholds for either of those tests, they are determined to be hazardous and must be managed as such. So that means they have to be stored properly, labeled properly, they have to be manifested, etc. So a subset I want to highlight of hazardous waste is our Universal Waste Management Program. So universal wastes are those hazardous wastes that are managed under alternative management standards. So these are self-implementing standards. Sorry, what? Okay. These are self-implementing standards that apply to very specific wastes. So you probably are familiar with electronic waste, aerosol cans, household batteries. And this is intended to streamline the collection, transportation, and physical treatment of these wastes without needing to get a permit from DTSC. And one of the things I do also want to highlight is that we use the term recycling. In DTSC's universe, recycling is considered a treatment of hazardous waste. So this means that DTSC would have oversight of the facility because we want to make sure that the recycling is conducted in a way that protects the communities and the environment from any hazardous constituents that emanate from those hazardous wastes. So onto the topic of the workshop today, I'll start with solar panels. So currently, if a solar panel is determined to exhibit a characteristic of a hazardous waste, then in California it would need to be managed as a fully regulated hazardous waste. DTSC is proposing to add solar panels to our universal waste program. We intend to public notice those regulations later this month. But the intent is to really streamline the collection, transportation, and management of these wastes to encourage further installation. We don't want to prohibit people or have people fear that they can't install these for fear of how they're going to manage them once they reach the end of their lives. So the intent is to just streamline the collection and management so it's less burdensome once they reach the end of their life. And AB 489 was the statute, or sorry, SB 489 was the statute that gave us authority to manage or to add solar panels to our universal waste management program. So on to electric vehicle batteries. Currently, there are no exemptions or exclusions for the management of batteries. So again, they would need to be characterized to determine if they exhibit a characteristic of a hazardous waste. And if they do, they would need to be managed as fully regulated hazardous waste. And again, if they are to be recycled, we would consider that to be treatment, so we would evaluate what sort of permit they might need. And AB 2832, I know Anna Maria mentioned it. This is a bill that was passed or enacted this year. And so DTSC is a participant of this advisory group to evaluate reuse and recycling options for lithium-ion vehicle batteries in the future.
Thank you, Jessica. Last but not least, Teresa Bui from CalRecycle. Teresa is a policy advisor.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Teresa Bui. I'm very excited to be here today. Just to give you a quick background on CalRecycle, we have over 700 employees. Our mission is preservation of resources, and we have material-specific laws as well as a few overarching laws, including AB 341, which sets a 75% recycling, source reduction, and composting goal by 2020. We implement recycling programs, probably one of the most front-facing, better-known program is the beverage container recycling program. We provide oversight for 4 product stewardship programs, including paint, carpet, mattress, and the newest one is pharmaceuticals and sharps. And we also manage the e-waste recycling program, which Ana Maria is the manager of. We work in partnership with our sister agency, DTSC. We provide payments to collectors and recyclers for covered electronic devices. These are video display devices that have 4 inches or larger. And when we were looking at our e-waste program, we were trying to identify how do we keep the program, maintain its success. And so we came up with some policy recommendations to make sure that the program remains modern or updated. And Director Smithline was really interested in, well, what do we do with electric car batteries, and what do we do with solar panels? And we were looking, we realized that there were a lot of gaps in our knowledge. We weren't ready to come up with policy recommendations for them yet, but we realized that these are critical, that we need to start thinking about it now. So that was how our collaboration with PUC came about, and we're so grateful to have this strong interagency working group to work with us, because I think that'll help ensure the success of whatever policy or program that comes about. So, I mean, as Scott mentioned earlier, we're here to learn. I mean, we want to understand what are the barriers, what are the policy tools, what are the economic incentives to recycle and manage these devices. And then, as Jessica mentioned earlier, we are part of the advisory group. This was passed last year by Assemblymember Dolly. It requires Cal EPA to convene an advisory group. The membership is very special, is very specific, including automaker, dismantlers, and in 3 years, April 1st, 2022, the advisory group will come up with a report to the legislature providing recommendations on recycling, reuse, end-of-life management for the EV batteries.
Thank you, Teresa. I'm opening up the floor for questions. Please introduce yourself and your affiliation.
Ben Davis, California Solar and Storage Association. We represent 500 solar companies in California. Thank you very much for putting this on today, and thank you for the beginning of the progress that is being made to figuring this out. I had a question for Natalie Lee. Do we have any numbers on, I'm just trying to get a sense of the scope of this. Do we have any numbers on how many new homes are going to be installing batteries and what the kilowatt hours will be? Are there any projections for that?
I'm not aware of any projections. The provision in the building standards allows the installation of storage as an option to meeting the household overall, the envelope requirements for energy efficiency. So it's going to be a cost effectiveness valuation for each builder as to whether it's more cost effective to install storage. I think there's also going to be a consumer demand component that's increasing. So there are some projections that have been done in development of the standards, and I don't have those resources at my fingertips, but we'll certainly provide them to this group, to Teresa and Ana Maria, as follow-up information. And I think we're really interested in watching that market develop and to see how the standards, requirements, and options are playing into exact installed volumes. So one thing that the Energy Commission does that Brian referenced is our IPER, which is the Integrated Energy Policy Report, which is an annual public process to look at supply and demand across many energy sector data metrics. So perhaps within the IPER this year or next, we'll be able to take a look, or through a different public process venue, as to how our install volumes are looking.
Got it, thanks. So you said there are projections.
I believe that they did do some projections, some runs. I know they did for the mandated. I'm not sure with my building standards team if they did so on the optional pieces, but again, I will loop back to them and put forward what was done in projections and modeling in support of adopting the 2019 standards.
Great, and will that, you said I think you'd share it with the group. Does that mean it'll be publicly available too?
Anything that we have made publicly available to date, I absolutely will point to. It's very likely that a lot of this is in the public record on the Energy Commission's docket from the adoption of the standards. So there may already be some resources there, but I'll go back to the team directly and see if there's something more succinct that we can share.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, Jimmy O'Day, Union of Concerned Scientists. Great to see all of you up here. We're obviously a nonprofit that's done a lot of work to try to get more solar and EV cars on the road. So we're now beginning to think also at the end-of-life issues with these products. And we do a lot of life cycle analysis, and in our thinking now as we're looking more towards the end of life, transportation of these products at the end of the life to the disposal facilities or the processing facilities is coming up as an issue. And I'm wondering if any of your agencies, maybe particularly the Energy Commission, is thinking of any incentives to get recycling or manufacturing facilities that process materials set up in the state. My understanding is a lot of those facilities are out of state, and we're shipping materials that is adding both cost and emissions to transport those materials to recycle them.
Great. No, a really important topic in so many areas of recycling or just transfer of materials. We don't have any current mandates or incentive programs that have been authorized, but I think you raise a really important opportunity. And one of the real benefits of having our research team here is, a lot of our conversation around the agency needs to be to identify the needs and the gaps and these kinds of issues, and then to work with our agency partners to structure which of these agencies can best address some of those needs. So I think you raise a really critical issue that is not currently in the vision of any of our programs. So I'm glad that you raised it.
I can just make a quick comment to that effect that the Air Board's requirements for electric trucks are certainly moving forward. You may be aware of that. So we have ongoing proceedings coming up soon that would require varying different classifications of heavy-duty trucks to be electric. And I think short-haul, heavier platforms are good applications for some of the electrification. And so I would hope that refuse vehicles are going to fit well with those business models.
My question is for Jessica from the DTSC. My name is Kristen DeLallo. I'm with California Electronic Asset Recovery. We are an e-waste processor outside of Sacramento, and we've been waiting since 2016 to be able to process panels. We cannot do that in California because they are considered hazardous waste. Now we're waiting in October. Hopefully we're going to get these regulations passed, but I'm curious. I asked this question last week at the DTSC's meeting, and I didn't get a definitive answer. When the proposed regulations were introduced in 2016, there was, in the applicability section, there were 7 factors, and there's 8 now. And one of the factors is if they are solar panels embedded in products, such as calculators or the garden light solar panels, they are still going to be categorized as hazardous waste. And being an e-waste recycler, constantly we're getting questions, what can we do with these? What can we do with these? I'm sorry, we can't do anything in California yet. And now, if we are going to be able to do things with the large solar panels that go on the roofs, we're still not going to be able to do anything with the garden solar panels or the calculator solar panels, which, by the way, are 80% of calculators that are sold in office product stores are embedded with solar panels. So I want to know how you came up with the categorization of keeping those hazardous and being able to figure out the characteristics and toxicities of the others that we're going to categorize as universal waste. That's going to be another problem.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question, and I think it's an important distinction to make. So the intent behind making that category is actually to have calculators that have solar panels embedded be considered still e-waste. So they're not considered solar panels. The intent behind that is that a solar panel is just that. It would just generate energy production or just used for energy generation, not to power like a calculator or a garden light. So that would still be considered e-waste. It wouldn't be a solar panel.
But it says if they're embedded, they're excluded from these regulations. So how if we get them?
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, they're excluded from management as solar panels, but they would be captured under electronic waste. So they would still be considered e-waste.
Oh.
But this is a very good point to bring up, and which is why we always encourage people to participate in our comment periods, because if it's not clear, then we need to work on that.
So when we get them, those are managed as e-waste.
Right. Yeah.
They're not managed. So why does it say that they're excluded? I don't understand that in the proposed regulations.
So unfortunately, I don't have the regulation text with me or the proposed text, but I believe it's under the applicability of management as a solar panel. But they would be
as a universal waste.
Correct. So they would still be considered a universal waste if you chose to manage them as universal waste, but they would be captured under electronic waste.
Okay. From what I read, that's super confusing then. I didn't read it as that way, that they would be excluded. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Ryan Barr. I'm a PhD student at UC Davis and co-founder of a startup called Repurpose Energy. We are reusing electric vehicle batteries to store solar energy essentially at buildings. And we have a commercial scale demonstration project thanks to a CEC EPIC grant. And we're finding that we can sell these things at about half the cost of new batteries. So we have a lot of interest from investors and potential customers, but we're finding that a major barrier to adoption is that repurposed batteries are ineligible for SCHIP awards. So I'm wondering, why are they ineligible? Can we get that rule changed potentially? And if so, how would we go about that?
Unfortunately, I don't have much visibility into the SCHIP program, but I will absolutely take your comment back to my colleague here at the CPUC.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jessica Teese from the City and County of San Francisco. I was just wondering, has there been any efforts or plans to involve local governments, such as San Francisco, to help solve this issue, whether that be policy that us local governments can implement or maybe incentives to look into it more?
Hi, yes, definitely. We we would love to partner with local governments, and I know that San Francisco has been very supportive of the solar panel effort. So we'll, make sure that you're engaged in this part of this effort.
So, are you the person to contact, or?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry Melcher with the Public Advocate Office. Just input into the electric vehicle batteries. 25% of the small cars now come with lithium-powered starting batteries. And they're going to be growing just because the cost of space is so valuable in small vehicles. So I want to make sure you guys capture that in your plans.
Yeah, that's an important comment. The majority of vehicles use lead acid, but we recognize that the technology costs are coming down for lithium-ion, that the 12-volt batteries are migrating to that space as well. So we would, that size battery is not necessarily applicable for second use applications at a wide scale, which is where we want to see the high voltage packs go to, but certainly we need to be understanding the recyclability aspects of the small 12-volt batteries.
Hi, I'm Leighton from San Jose State University. I just did the research on waste management on solar panels in California. So I wonder why the universal waste is proposed for solar panels instead of having product stewardship for solar panels. Because this is very common regulations in European Union and also in Washington State and New York State. But what is the obstacles here in California?
So I'm not overly familiar with the product stewardship that you're discussing, but DTSC's responsibility is just to make sure that those wastes, even if they are considered lower risk waste, are still managed in a way that is protective of the environment and the humans that manage them. So we have to still have some degree of accountability for those that are recycling and managing these wastes, because they're still hazardous. So we have to make sure that people are protected and the environment's protected.
Thanks for your question. So at this time, we are still trying to figure out what is the right policy tool to manage these emerging technologies. Product stewardship is definitely one potential tool, and we will hear from one of the panelists later how it's working in Europe. But any of these tools would require legislative change. So again, we're trying to figure out what is the right approach for California.
Good morning, I'm Kathy Wall, and I am the program manager for the Marine Household Hazardous Waste Facility. So the question is for Jessica, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name, for the lady from Recycle. But one of the issues that we really see around the car batteries and just lithium, batteries, which we find in those electric vehicles, it's when they come what we call DDR, defective, damage, or recall. I think that is where we really see the issue around these batteries. And the problem right now that we have with the regulations is that the transportation of these batteries is very limited. So how are we gonna solve this issue? Because as we see, we're going to increase the use of the EV cars, and I'm sure that we're going to see more of these damaged, defective, and recall batteries. So how can we change the regulations to make it easier to recycle? Because right now I think that you can only recycle 4.6 pounds of these batteries. I believe we see more and more that this is the biggest issue that we have in terms of the limitation in transportation for these kind of batteries. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I think we'd have to do a little bit more research on ways that we could streamline our regulations, if that's an option, to handle these specific batteries that you're discussing.
Yeah, these are exactly the type of questions that we want to hear is what are the current barriers right now? As Nidhi mentioned earlier, we are doing a white paper working together to identify the barriers, the regulatory landscape, as well as potential solutions. So thank you for your question.
I'll just add to that to say that the Air Resources Board is certainly open to ideas on whether there's a role for automotive regulations to put provisions in place to make it easier for the batteries to be refurbished or recycled. We don't have any specific proposals in mind, but we're certainly aware that more visibility into the health of the batteries and the data and the statistics of the batteries as they come out would make it easier for recyclers or second-use providers to have a sense of how that battery can be used locally without shipping it further away. Battery second life or second use, I would hope would happen close to where the battery is pulled out of the vehicle regionally, so you're not having to transport it too far. So we're open to policy angles if there's a role for us on the automaker side, and we are looking forward to participating in this broader working group for 2832.
My name's Dennis Kazarian, president of E-Recycling of California. We have 3 facilities in California, Southern California, and Northern California. Paul Gau's here from SARE. We have a number of recyclers. We've been in the program. We've had a great relationship with Cal Recycle and the DTSC. But I must say that we're pretty frustrated that in the solar panel area, We've been working on this ad nauseum from 2016. We were told that there would be regulations in place by March of last year, by June of last year. We can handle those solar panels. We've been working with you to get these things done. I don't know what's happening to them now. It's almost like electronic e-waste prior to the e-waste great program. You've got to be kidding yourself to think they're not being taken apart someplace. So my frustration is another hearing, another added group. Commend the PUC. Thank you, Mr. Pickler, for having these ideas and putting these groups together. But we need to move forward. These are, I'm certainly worried about the batteries, and of course we all see those, we all handle those. We've been around 17 years. My family's been in waste and recycling since 1934. So we need to start moving forward and getting these things prior to they become a hazard. And things are happening while you sit here and want to come up with a plan. Plans are already being done. Things are already happening. We've been working on this, and that is my frustration, that we've ad nauseum come to Sacramento, sat around the table, talked about this, brought in people, and here we are again now at a greater forum, and now in San Francisco, thank you, to have another forum. So I would really suggest we begin to move forward quickly, not after the fact and after it becomes a crisis. That's what we do here. We react after there's a crisis, after there's too many batteries, after there's too many solar panels. Time is to get ahead of this. Next time we think about this kind of energy or new energies, the first thing you ought to think about is the back end is, great, let's implement this. How do we handle it? But we do that sort of backwards here in California. Thank you.
Are you volunteering to become a utility? I think you can handle it.
I'd be glad to, thank you. Would you regulate us?
So if it's all right, maybe could I ask a question?
Yes.
So I'm going to take the opportunity to ask a question of folks like you as to the volumes that you're starting to see, what you're encountering, and how you're encountering solar panel waste streams. If a couple of you could share your experiences, I think that'd be valuable for us to hear.
We can't accept it. We have to say to everybody, no. I've got millions of pounds that are willing to come in. Can't take it.
So can you give me a sense, so you're getting inquiries on a daily basis? You know, what are the volumes that you're getting inquiries on?
You have to realize our volume, not just from solar panels. Yeah, I thought you would have thrown me out already. You realize from our recyclers, it doesn't come from any one entity. Some do. I mean, they will come in and say, we have these defective panels. We want to get rid of whatever that means, and we need to replace them, and we have X amount of pounds. Or we have our haulers up and down the state of California. You know, we have numerous types of customers that we handle for e-waste, and they're all getting now requests of what should I do with this? Can you handle this for me? Can I bring it to you? And the answer is no. It's clear that DTSC found, as it does its annual inspection of each of the sites for the recycling industry, it found solar panels and came and said, why are these solar panels at your facilities? And they said, well, we're just taking them apart. Well, no, you can't. They're hazardous waste. So let's make some sense here and let's do the right thing. And let's probably make them universal waste and put them into our program and handle them the way they should be handled. We can track them and we know what's in them and we can do this. That's where I thought we were headed about 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago. We've gotten nowhere. And
Thanks,
that's why I'm
that's
saying
helpful.
that, again,
Yeah.
we need to really become a utility.
So I do want to speak to your comment, and I do appreciate your passion in regards to this. I can't speak for why they've taken a while, but we've worked with industry and we're trying to make them these proposed regulations the best they can be. I know last week we held a seminar to go over what's being proposed, and we still intend to public notice those regulations this month. So once they're public noticed, we encourage you to be a part of that public process. We encourage you to participate in the comment period and track the regulation as it moves forward, because we do want to have something set up so that it is easier for people to accept and handle these solar panels, because we do know that they're quite large. They are becoming somewhat burdensome to manage at this point.
I appreciate your comments, but I've dealt with the DTSC for 17 years now, so if you need some help in figuring out why they haven't gotten to where they're at, I'd be glad to have that discussion with you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just going to interject for a minute here. I think everyone recognizes that there's a need to address this issue. DTSC is working as quickly as they can at this juncture. I think what we want to really focus on at this workshop is trying to get some constructive information from you if you have forecasts and ideas of trying to identify the gravity of the problem, the magnitude of the problem, and then we'll be talking about solutions too. So let's keep that in mind as we talk to our panelists up here and provide input to them. Thanks.
Do you want me to answer your question, Natalie, from an e-waste? Daily, we get calls daily. Manufacturers in the Bay Area who have faulty panels. I have a potential customer right now in Northern California who has 4 truckloads of solar panels. He won't go to me because I won't handle them. He's sending them somewhere in Southern California where apparently they're doing something that they're not supposed to be doing, but it's big. It's been for probably 4 to 5 years. We're getting calls regularly. Sorry, our hands are tied.
No, that's helpful. Thank you.
Peter Beadle, Recycle PV Solar. We're a group of enthusiasts who are trying to keep solar green by recycling what we put in 20 years ago. In terms of scale, we're in negotiations at the moment on 3 projects that total almost 700 tons of panels. And one of those in California. It won't be recycled in California because that can be done. And we've done some projections looking at, it's one of the studies that came out of Europe, of the International Renewable Energy Agency. And based on what is a typical cost at the moment to recycle a solar panel, it will cost $2.4 billion to recycle the solar panels retired in California in 2050. If we started seriously now recycling, not just us, but if recycling was made possible, encouraged, and legislated, not loosely, but in a way that encouraged it and made it easy, or easier, we believe that cost could be driven down, possibly halved every 10 years. And if you could do that, that would go down to about 300 million. Rather than 2.4 billion. And we also looked at, if in that scenario we put in place a recycling fee, like the bottle fee we're all familiar with, what would that be? Well, it would be less than a penny a watt now, and maybe 5 cents in 2050. Not so frightening after all.
Well, thank you for your comment. As Nidhi mentioned, we have 2 other sessions that will look at challenges and opportunities, so I encourage you to bring those comments later on. We're running out of time, so thank you all for your questions. I would like to also thank our panelists.
I have
Tucker, your hair is grown out.
I know, I shape shift all the time.
I want to find out where I can get your remind me.
Oh, no, they ran out of inventory. Should be out this week. No, there's it's all the first edition. They just like.
Okay. Hello. If everyone will please take their seats, we'll go ahead and get started with our second panel.
You want to step outside?
Nice to meet you.
Hi. If everyone can please take their seats, we'll go ahead and get started. Hello. Hi. Can everyone please take their seats? We're going to get started on panel 2. Great, thank you. Okay. Good morning. Hi, I'm Nidhi Thakur. I'm Chief for Strategy and External Affairs for President Picker of the PUC. So the second panel will be focused on identifying the problem and challenges. And defining the scope of the problem, as you all know, is very critical to then determining what the solution should be. The first panel has actually teed up many of the challenges I think that our panelists here are going to be discussing. Some of those challenges we flagged include costs, transportation, and otherwise. For moving this waste, the need for a clear regulatory solution that's also workable, and we clearly need to move swiftly in this situation because, as we heard from many audience members in our first panel, there's a dire need in the state, and I assume that trend is going to continue nationally to address these issues. And then finally, any solution we deploy is really going to need to keep up with technological innovation. So we need to have adaptable solutions moving forward. So with that, I'd like to introduce our distinguished panelists. And to my left and moving down the panel, we have Heidi Sanborn. Heidi is a senior advisor for the California Product Stewardship Council and also a founder and ED for the National Stewardship Action Council. She has decades of experience, over 25, working with companies and governments in the public to reduce waste, improve product design and recyclability, and implement cost-effective projects and policies that protect human and environmental health. Heidi has an incredibly impressive resume, as well as our other panelists. So I'm not going to run through everything, but I will note that Heidi started the California Product Stewardship Council in 2007 to change the way product waste is funded and managed in the state. And she has since then led CPSC to become a nationally recognized leader and driver for innovative product stewardship programs across the country. After Heidi, to my left, we have Dustin Mulvaney. Dustin's an associate professor in the Environmental Studies Department at San Jose University. He started there after an appointment at the University of California, Berkeley, where he was a National Science Foundation Science and Technology Studies postdoctoral scholar in the Department of Environmental Science, Policy, and Management. His contributions to research include work on EJ issues, solar energy, commodity chains, and public lands and energy development in the American West. Dustin has conducted extensive work on PV sustainability, chemical stewardship, and recycling management, including participation in the development of the E-Stewards recycling standards for PVs with the Basel Action Network, and is also a member of the Joint Committee for Sustainability Leadership for PV panels at the National Standards Foundation International. And if you like what you hear today from Dustin, he also just released a book entitled Solar Power, Innovation, Sustainability, Environmental Justice that came out in March. Evelyn Butler, to Dustin's left, is Senior Director of Codes and Standards and leads SIA's Codes and Standards and Environmental Health and Safety initiatives, as well as her advocacy efforts. SIA has established a national PV recycling program effort to responsibly address end-of-life management of these materials in the solar industry. Evelyn also heads SIA's work with several member groups, the Codes and Standards Working Group, Mounting Systems Manufacturers Committee, Corporate Social Responsibility Committee, which also includes the PV Recycling Working Group. She joined SIA after 25 years at UL LLC, Underwriters Laboratories Incorporated, where she worked extensively in building UL solar business globally. Finally, we have Dirk Spears to Evelyn's left. Dirk is the founder and CEO of Spears New Technologies. He's a pioneer and leader in the repair, manufacturing, and refurbishment of advanced battery packs, as well as the manufacturing of energy storage systems with new and second life battery modules and cells. His experience in reman battery, solar, and wind technologies puts him at the forefront of developing programs to manage the life cycle battery packs and using battery storage systems with renewable energy sources. He has developed and established advanced battery pack programs with some of the leading EV OEMs, and Spears New Technologies specializes in the manufacturing, refurbishment, and repair of high voltage powertrain systems and energy storage systems. So with that introduction of our very distinguished panelists, I'd like to turn it over to Heidi.
Thank you so much, Nidhi. So I'm going to talk about basically that the time is now to do something about this problem. In fact, I think we started that conversation already with the previous panel. You can feel the kind of tension in the room that we've already been dealing with this for quite a while. So it's nice to finally pull the energy group and the waste group together to try and get this solved. And I know there's people all over the country watching this webinar because this is not a limited problem to California, certainly. And let's see if this will work when it changes. It's not changing my slide. Okay, technical, here we go. Thank you, gotta press it hard. So I'm gonna cover quickly who we are, why solar panel management problem is such a problem already. We've got some household hazardous waste grant projects we're working on with solar panel pilot projects and some recommendations going forward on what we should do. And is this, oh, got it. So our mission is that to shift our waste management system in California and beyond away from government-funded and ratepayer-financed to one that relies on producer responsibility. And it's not just to reduce the cost to government. It's because we need to change how things are designed. That's where the cost for end of life starts. It's what it's made out of, and can we disassemble it? Also, is it durable? And I'm going to talk about that too. Oh, there we go. So the International Renewable Energy Agency did a report in 2016, and they defined end-of-life management as based on extended producer responsibility. This holds producers physically and financially responsible for the environmental impact of their products through to the end of life and provides incentives for the development of greener products with lower environmental impacts. This principle can also be used to create funds to finance proper collection, treatment, recycling, and disposal systems. And we've talked several times about the flexibility needed because the technologies constantly change. And I just want to say there's nobody that has a better handle on that than the people making the change, which is the manufacturers and the producers. So solar panels are a problem today. And I'm going to talk only about the solar panels because the large battery storage is not a problem yet at waste facilities. It will be very soon. We're seeing the very small batteries, the batteries that are in products, but we're not seeing the big ones yet, but they are coming. But what we have an immediate problem with is the solar panels. So the early PV panels, like the ones in my house from 2012, are starting to reach their end of life. They're burning out, and we've also got the newer modules coming in. Some people like to always have the newest thing. We've got extreme weather and hail damage that causes these panels to go out of service early. And then we've had a lot of fires, and we've got a lot of burned panels now that are hazardous waste. And we've got no plan, no statewide plan at all for doing anything with these panels. We have no recycling in the entire state. Funding for the effective process and removal and dismantling, it's expensive. And there is no system right now at all to do anything with these. The solar industry, I feel, got a windfall with the requirement that there's going to be a solar panel on every roof. Our biggest fear is that they're going to have planned obsolescence. The developers are going to put the cheapest panels that last the least amount of time on the roof, and in 2025, 2030, we're going to get inundated again with a giant wave of panels. So that's something I really want to talk about, because if we don't do something fast, I really worry we're going to create a huge problem of planned obsolescence and a lot more solar panels coming at us a lot sooner. And the first generation, again, is already coming off the roof. And I'll talk about that in a minute, if I can click this thing. It's funny, it's very finicky. Thank you. So this is an example of what's already happening. So in Butte County, one of our board members, he found this panel crushed up and put into an electronic waste bin. People are literally hiding them in the trash. We have seen them smashed with sledgehammers and thrown in the trash, which then, of course, releases some of the metals. We have a picture, which I wish I could have found, but it was literally from like 2010, where a gentleman in San Jose made an entire backyard fence out of his old solar panels. I thought, how do you throw your ball for the dog? You could break the whole fence. If you don't give people a convenient, easy way to manage them, they're going to do stuff like that because they don't know what else to do, and every time they ask somebody, they get no answer. And the public gets really frustrated, and especially when a lot of the people who did this and put early solar panels on their house felt like this was an environmental green thing to do, they're incredibly disappointed with the state when they realized there was literally nothing for them. Nothing. They could call a very expensive Veolia or Clean Harbors hazardous waste hauler to come to their house and pick them up for maybe $5,000 a truckload. Who's going to do that? Nobody's going to do that. So they try to find illegal ways to get rid of them because they feel that they have no choice. Next slide. Thanks. Actually, I made a mistake on the words of this slide, so I'm going to correct that. This is a pile of panels that's actually sitting in a warehouse from an installer that came to the Marin Sanitary Service facility, and they had to turn them away because they're not allowed to handle them. So this guy's got warehouses full of solar panels up and down the state. What we're learning is that some of the installers have realized when they take them off and they replace panels, they've got nowhere to put them, and it's a hazardous waste. So they don't want to store them anymore. They're full. So they're literally leaving them on site with the new homeowners, and the new homeowners say, no, you take this. And they say, no, we can't. And we're not taking it. It's not in the contract. They leave them on site, and then the homeowners are incredibly frustrated, calling the manufacturer, calling their local utility, calling anybody. And when we get these calls, it's really sad. They're very frustrated, good people that just want to do the right thing, and they have no options. So this is an immediate problem. Next slide, please. Thank you. So again, other countries have managed them through extended producer responsibility, and I'm not saying that's the only option. It's just that the manufacturers make the changes in the design. They can make them more durable. They can make them more reusable. There's a lot they can do at the front end with design that is going to help us a whole lot at the back end, including helping identify what they are visually. Because when they come into the landfills, we cannot identify just by looking at them if they're hazardous or non-hazardous. And if we can't, they have to be classified as hazardous. So then we're taking non-hazardous stuff and spending a fortune to manage them as hazardous. So that's compounding the problems. Next slide. And as was mentioned, Washington State was the first state in the U.S. that passed the law making the manufacturers take them back. And I'm sure others are going to talk about how that's working, et cetera. But that certainly got the industry's attention that this is coming. And I wouldn't be surprised, by the way, if we start to see local ordinances on solar panel EPR, just like we've done with pharmaceuticals, bag bans, and other things, because they are getting that frustrated. And that is not a good thing for the industry. It's going to be a patchwork of rules, and it's much better to get ahead of it. Next slide, please. So we sent a letter to DTSC. There was quite a few sign-ons saying, you know, we urge you to make the finalization of the regulations a high priority and get them done. Of course, we helped pass the bill in 2015. It is now 2019. We do not believe it should be taking 4 years to get these regulations done. And we need a solution because having such a high cost to manage them without funding or processing is driving people to be frustrated at the least and illegally dump at the worst. And that is, we can prove all of that. Next slide, please. And of course, Solar Energy Industry Association and CalCIA also sent a letter that we are committed to proactively contributing to DTSC's regs and urge them to expedite the process. I've even seen letters from utilities. I mean, this is a very big deal, and I really wish I hope they hear it today, how urgent it is that those get finished and that they're right. Next slide, because there are some problems with them as I've seen them so far. So we were excited that Cal Recycle has a household hazardous waste grant program, and we were very excited that they put a pilot project for solar panels to be allowed in those grants. And we applied with Butte County and the city of Santa Monica and collaborated with Evelyn and her group because we were all trying to figure out how we're going to get these back, and thought maybe we'll do a pilot. And we were hoping by then the DTSC rules would be done, certainly after 4 years. Well, they're not done, and they're still hazardous waste. And now we can't even do the grant, really, because we have no place to bring them. The only place we can find to bring them is in Tucson, and that means we have to, under current California rules, it's hazardous waste that has to be shipped with a hazardous waste hauler all the way to Arizona. And we're literally driving recyclers out of the state because of our rules. We've got to get better as Californians at building our own infrastructure, managing our own stuff, and supporting our own recycling businesses and infrastructure. That's really key for everyone to hear, I think, not just on this issue, but others. Next slide, please. So they also have been working with us. In fact, we went to Paul Gow's facility, SEER, the California Electronic Asset Recovery, who also made some comments earlier. But again, they can't still take the panels, so we're still stuck. We don't even know how we're going to do these grants. Next slide. And again, the only recycler we could find is in Tucson. They are based in Nevada, not in California because of the rules, and they cited in Tucson, not in California because of our rules. So again, we've got to give incentives to these companies, and we've got to get permitting streamlined, and we've got to give them reasons to site in California and manage our own waste and keep the jobs in California. So that's the only option I know of in the entire US. Next slide. This is just want to leave you with an article out of Forbes from last year that says, if solar panels are so clean, why do so many produce so much toxic waste? The problem we're having now is the last presentation I made last week. The first question I got was, I want to do solar, but I'm afraid of the toxic waste. It's becoming a barrier to sale. And if this industry does not green up on the back end, they're going to lose front end sales. And it's going to look, I think, really bad for California to put them on every roof if we don't even have a way to manage them. So I hope we can all work together to find a solution quickly. It's needed. So next slide. So we have a couple thoughts. One is to maybe establish a working group with deadlines on policy recommendations. Again, they need to be labeled and easily identifiable by the people who receive them as to what they are, so we know if they're hazardous or non-hazardous. We need permit streamlining for the facilities, and what the producers are going to do with green design and building the recycling capacity, because they have a responsibility to help us with this. Also maybe to work on these pilot projects if we can get the DTSC regs done. I'd love to do the pilots and we can test costs and shipping methods, et cetera. Also, I really think it's important that we look at passing a rule this year to make sure that all these new solar panels going on roofs have a minimum reasonable lifespan. If they're all going to get low graded down to 5 years, we're going to be in a world of hurt. And I really think that if we don't put at least 10, 15, 20 years on these panels, we're going to be in big trouble. I'd also say there's one other thing I probably should have added to the slide, which is procurement. State and industries, and especially large purchasers, you could demand and you could put extra points in your procurement to expect that if you buy their solar panels, that they get extra points if they take them back and properly manifest them and show you that they've properly handled them. That is a great carrot to the industry to do the right thing. So next slide is just my contact information. I really appreciate this so much, President Picker and Director Smithline, that you've had this workshop. Thank you, and I look forward to working with all of you on the solutions.
Thank you, Heidi. Okay, with that, Dustin, would you go ahead and click your next slide?
Okay, great. Thanks, everyone. I'm going to go through a lot of slides here, but I'll make sure that I get to the points here. So thank you for everybody hosting and for having me here. So I'm going to try to point out what I'm viewing as some of the challenges of having these circular economies in these particular products that we're here to talk about today. But first, I'll talk a little bit more about how these panels fail in the first place. So you may have seen this for products before. This is a slide looking over time and failure rate. And basically, if you have a PV module out there, it's going to either reveal its weakness right away, or it's going to eventually degrade over time as impurities creep in and some of those electrons get parasited away from some impurities in there. So you can expect PV modules to last once they're out there. But the fact that there are some that fail early is another reason that we probably want to start seeing some rules around these sooner. This is called the bathtub curve, by the way. Next slide. So here's just a couple ways PV modules fail. You can see death by hail, death by rodent, death by some strange oxidation with the encapsulant there that's blocking out some of the module. Death by dropping, death by fire, death by tightening a screw too tight, and death by, want to guess? Bullet. There at the end, right? One of the major challenges with PV, where's my tornado slide? Missing, I think. Anyhow, one of the major challenges we have here is that, by the time, this is a schematic drawn up by Stanakis 20 years ago, thinking about this problem, which is basically showing a manufacturing facility that operates for 10 years. It produces a little bit of waste in the beginning. It produces less waste over time, and this is defective modules. And then there's a large gap between when that production ends and when the projects, the PV modules actually start coming off of rooftops and things. And we call this legacy waste. And this is one of the motivations for having a pre-funded program where these things are paid for earlier. I think the model that First Solar used to get into the European market a decade ago was a good one, where you pre-fund and you put that money in a restricted investment account and you don't let the companies touch it, and then it grows to be more money by the end of the time that those PV modules are coming back. I think that is one solution to making sure that there's someone there to pick up the pieces. All you have to do is look at that famous National Renewable Lab energy efficiency chart over time that shows all the companies that were in the industry, and you see there's a ton of turnover in this industry. Boeing is no longer in the solar industry. Kodak is no longer in any industry. I'm not sure. You have Exxon, Mobil, when they were different companies on this chart, and they're not in the industry anymore. So you can see similar things today. Now, more mature, maybe some of these companies will be there 30 years from now. We hope so, but we can't really count on that. So you have to have a plan for this. This is the projection globally from IRENA, the report that was mentioned earlier, 78 million metric tons of PV waste by 2050. And you can compare that with 44 million metric tons of e-waste today. So that's a pretty large number. My graduate student, Li Tan Lu, asked the question in the last session, estimated somewhere around 500,000 tons of PV waste by 2050. So we can tweak those numbers a little bit, but we know that this is coming at some point. Oops. Oh, at some point. No, it's coming now. This is Puerto Rico. We have hurricane hit Puerto Rico and destroy solar panels there, right? We may not have such kinds of weather in California. Or do we? Here, this is the Desert Sunlight Project. This was near, a couple 150,000 panels that were destroyed from a tornado that ripped through a project. These were cadmium telluride solar panels, and they got broken up such that it was very difficult to separate the soil from the panels. So even though they have a recycling program at First Solar, only about half of the weight was able to be recycled. The rest of it went to the Button Willows hazardous waste facility in the Central Valley, which is an environmental justice community dealing with lots of issues over many years. Batteries follow a similar distribution. You don't have the same predictability perhaps over time because you have cycling that happens, but you can basically see the bathtub curve there as well. You're going to have batteries that fail either right away because they exhibit some inherent defect, or you're going to have them slowly degrade over time. And one of the ways that these things fail often is through defective parts that might cause thermal runaway, basically, where the batteries bulge or heat or catch on fire or worse, explode. So a couple motivations for why do we want to recycle these things. This is a graph showing you how rare some of these metals are. The red circles are ones that are found in the PV industry, and the green ones are metals that are found in batteries. And you can see particularly, looking at some of these, the red circles, if you look at the blue, actually, see that those elements of the blue, those are the lanthanide series, the rare earth elements. So you can see there's actually quite a few elements used in the PV industry that are more rare than rare earths. What does this mean? This means that if you actually, there's been some studies that have looked at what is the future deployment scenario based on the constraints of these rare metals. You get 20% of the silver supply currently going to the solar industry, 40% of the tellurium supply. We're not getting past terawatt levels that we need to power this world with solar power if we don't start closing the loop on these metals. There's just not enough of them. And there's only so many metals that exhibit the photoelectric effect. It's not the type of thing where we're going to innovate our way out like we innovate plastic crates when we ran out of wooden crates. So you're not going to be able to do that with this industry, so we want to close that loop. Batteries, just Google human rights and manganese, human rights and lithium, human rights and cobalt, and you'll see all sorts of issues with this. So there's some supply chain issues here. And closing the loop actually provides a supply chain, a relaxation of some of the challenges that we find in some of these supply chains. This is a waste hierarchy, right? Eliminate, reduce, reuse, recycle, dispose. One of the things that we learned through Lee Tan's research recently through an interview with PV Cycle, I see Jan here, hi Jan, is having a collection actually, a centralized collection actually led to some more reuse than was anticipated. And that's partly an economies of scale thing, but if you can concentrate these panels, you get an opportunity to maybe have secondary uses for pumps and things like that that you wouldn't necessarily see if you have them scattered about, and that's one of the challenges. Oh, I went too far. Here we go. As was mentioned already, I won't point this out. It sounds like there's some knowledgeable people on this topic in the audience, but batteries also, and PV modules, but lithium-ion batteries can have a second life. I'm a little less worried about the reverse logistics for example, car batteries, because lead-acid batteries, they're concentrated, collected, handled in a certain way. They're not scattered about. It's really the PV modules and the customer-owned storage that becomes difficult because you got to have someone, that stuff that doesn't have wheels, so it doesn't end up back at the car shop where you can concentrate these things. So this is just a list of things that can be recycled from PV waste. You got glass cullet, and there's a lot of glass in these PV modules. I think one other thing I've learned over the years is if you want to specialize in learning how to recycle solar panels, you got to really become a specialist in recycling glass at the end of the day and find products for that, and that's got its own challenges, chasing markets that might not be there. The silicon wafers are actually very valuable from an energy perspective. They might be very difficult to get out, but that's one challenge. And then you have a bunch of the metals I mentioned before: silver, indium, tin, molybdenum, nickel, zinc, copper, aluminum, steel. All these things can actually be recycled. And some materials are a little more challenging, like plastic pieces and such, but there are things that can be recovered from these systems. This is just a slide from Solar World about a decade ago. They estimated the energy savings from using purified silicon compared to having to go get virgin silicon that you're getting from sand and you got to refine. And you can see it's about half of the energy use, or less than half of the energy use in making a PV module out of recycled materials. So that's important, right? These are just some waste projections. Maybe I won't belabor the point here because we actually don't have very good waste projections on PV batteries because of the fact that we don't know how long they're going to cycle and on things like that. So there's maybe not so much to learn from that. But complicating lithium-ion battery recycling is all the different battery chemistries. You have a whole bunch of different metals, different configurations and such. There are metals that can be recycled: zinc, nickel, cobalt, lithium, manganese, copper, aluminum, steel, etc. And then there are lots of things that are more difficult, right? Plastic components, solvent, et cetera, fiberglass. Some of these things might be more challenging. I'm going to skip this slide because I made that point already. And get to the end. There we go. One of the things that we don't know really is what are the environmental impacts of actually recycling these things compared to disposal. You got transportation energy, you have recycling energy. We just don't have a lot of information on this. And there are a couple studies out there that suggest that the recycling stage impacts might not be trivial. You can see there, look at the blue and the green bars, particularly in the lower right corner, right? That's the energy cost of recycling compared to manufacturing. Right? That's not insignificant. If we're thinking about the manufacturing having impacts, the recycling of these things might have impacts as well. Reverse logistics, and this is coming close to the end now. This is a major challenge. We have issues with lithium-ion batteries. You got special manifests that are necessary and insurance because these things might be catching on fire. I understand that they're prohibited to be moving on trains, maybe because of tunnels or some reason. So this is something that will be quite challenging, and I want to show you a projection. This is from my graduate student, Li-Tan Liu, doing a projection on e-waste, a PV waste here in the Bay Area. And you can see over time the emergence of end-of-life modules, particularly in the East Bay. And the cool thing that she did with her research is she built a reverse logistics model to optimize where we should put these recycling facilities in the Bay Area, if we can put them there. So optimizing based on minimization of truck pollution, in this case greenhouse gas emissions, but you can think about all the other pollution associated with it. And then she compared these optimal scenarios, 1, 2, and 3 collection centers, to the landfilling option, which may or may not be the default option. You know, sending it to Nevada, sending it to Button Willows, and you could see there very significantly less greenhouse gas emissions from transportation if you can keep it in state and keep it local, right? But there are economic challenges with that. There's siting challenges, and we know that these are problems. So just to wrap up, and I'll wrap up on this slide. I've got a couple more, but I think the lesson from Europe is that nothing happened until there was actually threats of regulation. Voluntary initiatives might work, but we haven't seen them have very good legs to move this forward right now. So we actually need some rules, because the industry suffers from the free rider problem. There's razor-thin margins for companies. No company's going to throw down extra money, even if it's a cent or 5 cents a watt. It's still, that could be a difference in a competitive environment. So you got to have everybody regulated the same way with the same rules, and that way that levels the playing field. It will be very challenging to make this economic until you get the volumes. But one way to get the volumes might be to get them to collection centers. There are some voluntary initiatives I think that could work, but they really require a customer to be super educated on these topics and asking for it. And it's not really clear that we can depend on that. So I think that's important. A couple of new developments. China, new guidelines for lithium-ion battery recycling. I think that's going to make some big differences there. They also have passed something called the circular economy law, and maybe that will be also encompassing of both PV modules and batteries. And I think, much credit is due to the Product Stewardship Council for getting this campaign and keeping an eye on this industry and this issue, because I think this is going to help us get more solar out there at the end of the day, because in the long term, we can't be relying on we can't go mine our landfills later to get the silver and tellurium that we need. So let's make this happen. So thank you, guys.
All right. Should I just go ahead and go forward? Okay. Sorry, Dustin, I'm skipping your slides there. All right. All right. Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Evelyn Butler from the Solar Energy Industries Association. Very much appreciate everyone coming together today to talk about end-of-life management of PV and recycling. I'm mainly going to share some information and data on our program, as well as some of the work that we're doing practically today. we wish more of that work was being done actually here in California, and we're looking forward to that actually happening. Just as a quick overview, from an industry association perspective, we do a lot of things, and there's a lot of opportunities for us to spread the word not only nationally, but within the state and amongst our over 1,000 members about some of the practical things that need to be done in order to resolve this issue. So again, we're looking forward to utilizing our network to share information as well as to help collaboratively develop policy and the right programs, while still, of course, encouraging solar. So just a quick overview of what we call our recycling initiative. It is part of our overall corporate sustainability, corporate social responsibility, initiative. And mainly what happened is about 5 years ago, our members came to us and talked about the fact that it was really hard to find recyclers in order to deal with some of the manufacturing scrap as well as other module returns, things like that. And they weren't able to take that product and put it back into the manufacturing cycle just yet, but they wanted to be able to find a way to responsibly deal with it. So we've been working proactively amongst our members as well as with recyclers in the U.S. To develop some of those solutions. We've also been working with a lot of the different stakeholders, such as regulators and legislators, in order to share information about the technology, the process of how solar becomes deployed, from a manufacturing perspective, and then also some ideas about how we can better deal with the end-of-life situation. So I actually, Dustin and I must have been thinking about this the same way. We have the same table in here with regards to projected cumulative waste from a global perspective from the IRENA report. I'm not sure if these slides will be shared later, but there's a link to it in the source document here if you're interested in reading it. It is about 100 pages, but it's pretty comprehensive and it has a really good global view. And what we liked about it is that it seems to be one that a lot of different stakeholders seem to agree is good data. So it's a good place to start. We also broke that down, and I wanted to share with you what that looks like from a U.S. perspective in terms of the two different loss scenarios that are referenced in the report. It is about 10 million tons. Which is about 13% of the global forecasted 78 million that was shared earlier. And what we did is estimated that to be approximately 500 million panels. And so what we did was equate what the average weight is of a panel in order to get at that figure. So just something to keep in mind. And again, that's a cumulative figure based upon their end-of-life predictions. In terms of what we see that looks like in California, this is some statistics based on a market report that we publish with Green Tech Media, and cumulatively, and then the graph shows over the last 10 or so years, or 8 years actually, what has been installed in California in terms of capacity, what was installed just last year, and then again with our estimate approximately how many panels that relates to from an installed perspective. So that's the 81 million panels figure that's on there, and that is looking at an average about 300 watts per panel. And that is definitely not a exact number. We have some products now that are being manufactured and deployed that produce more, and some of the modules that were produced back in the early 2000s were a lot lower rated. In terms of what does solar look like in California, again, I won't go through this specifically, but there's information that you can also get off our website in terms of the number of jobs here in California, the number of companies that participate in the solar industry, as well as from a state investment perspective, what that figure is. So generally, where is this waste coming from? And this is a map that was published last year by NREL in terms of where are manufacturers located that operate in some capacity related to PV modules. And there are a lot more manufacturers that participate on the racking and mounting side as well as inverters, but this one is pretty specific. And essentially, from normal manufacturing, there is scrap associated with that. It could be warranty-related waste, meaning waste that maybe is not performing at the efficiency or at the total system expected power output than was contracted or expected. So sometimes that product is returned and replaced. It could have been broken during logistics. These modules are, depending on where they're manufactured, or then shipped to wherever they're being distributed and then installed. As Dustin showed earlier, there have been some extreme weather events. We've seen everything from golf ball-sized hail in Texas to hurricanes, tropical storms. The critter effect that he referenced is also unique, but it happens. And then at the end of the day, California is highly modernized in terms of technology and desire for early adoption. And we are seeing a lot of, not a lot of, but we are seeing a tendency for people to want the newest technology. And so there is an opportunity to replace modules with what's being manufactured today versus what might have been installed in years prior. In terms of the products themselves, just from a basic solar system perspective, the things that can be recycled from a system, the modules themselves, the inverters as well. That's actually what brings the electricity into the distribution system of the home or building or project. And then the mounting and racking systems can also be recycled. Those typically made of common commercial metals, might be like galvanized steel, aluminum, et cetera. It really just depends on the project and the place of installation. So one of the things that we have been working on from our industry perspective is how do we find more cooperation throughout the entire value chain of solar. We collaborate with some of the different R&D organizations like NREL. This graphic is actually, we were pretty happy to see it in that IRENA report because it does mirror some of the activities we've been trying to initiate as an industry organization to realize that the responsibility for end of life is throughout this value chain. And so working with NREL and other organizations to figure out, how do we start to incent and innovate in terms of the specific PV recycling equipment that could exist today. There's quite a few things in Europe that are very interesting. There are some very interesting pilots going on in Japan as well. And so we're interested in seeing how that might make its way to the US or, if possible, be innovated here in the US. We've also worked with a number of different organizations, members, and otherwise who participate in different parts of the deployment chain for solar. So manufacturers, installers, developers, system owners. I also often get calls from consumer homeowners who have solar, who have questions, and then also waste collectors. Some of them only do aggregation. They don't do the transportation and logistics. Some of them might do processing. So again, we're trying to figure out a way to how do we bring all of that together into a practical process that we can actually utilize. And then of course on the treatment side, working with the different stakeholders in order to inform them of what we're trying to accomplish, as well as how do we work with them to put in place the right types of requirements or regulations that help us deal with the waste, but at the same time don't have an adverse effect on the market attractiveness or their own renewable energy goals. All right, so why would we want to recycle modules? And this slide I only put in here for modules because inverters can be recycled today as regular e-waste. They're essentially, very smart types of e-waste, so that is pretty common. And then the racking and mounting systems can also be recycled as commercial metal waste as well. Modules themselves have different kinds of materials in them. Dustin kind of covered that in total. But what I'll say is this is also a very good kind of understanding of what are the things that we're trying to get at when we talk about recycling. So I definitely agree with what you said earlier about the glass piece of it, because that makes up about 85 to 90% of the actual weight of waste that needs to be recycled. And And then just to tell you a little bit about our program. So again, we started this in order to help aggregate resources for our members to find ways to recycle their waste. They basically came to us and they said, instead of 20 to 30 of us all looking for the same recyclers, could we bond together and you guys could help us vet recyclers, understand what their processes are, and then figure out how do we actually take advantage of utilizing their services. And so what we do is we basically vet the recyclers, we meet with them, we talk about what their goals are as an organization, what are their actual discrete activities. I'm sorry to say that we have met with some recyclers who were clearly intent on just exporting the waste outside of the US, and that was a complete turnoff for us. So we will not work with any recycling partners who do not actually process in the United States. We really want that resulting recovered material to go back into the manufacturing cycle. So we also like to take a very close look at the downstream capabilities. Once they have recycled the products, what are they doing with those materials? And the one thing I do want to point out is even though we developed this program and these services, anyone can use these recyclers in the United States. They don't have to be a member of SIA. We want to encourage people to utilize the recycling network. And so I have a list of them in the next slide, and you can see where those companies are located. And then we also utilize our connection with our members to help the recyclers understand what is the technology that they're receiving, what is the composition of those modules, what do they need to take into consideration. If they are needing to refine an existing processing line, what are the considerations? And for almost every recycler that we've worked with so far, the one important aspect for them to take into consideration is the glass. If you're an e-waste recycler, it's a pretty open type of process, and you might not be used to seeing all of that glass, in the different steps in your line. And so that's something that our members are also very willing to help talk through, what kind of glass you might be seeing from their products. We also do site visits as well as provide samples if recyclers are interested in doing some pilots through their lines to see how those products actually will go from beginning to end. And if you've never been to a recycler before, it's actually a pretty interesting process. Something that I also enjoy as well. And then the last of all is we want to collect data. And this is probably the toughest part for us because at some point in the recycling process, that waste from PV is mixed with other waste. And so a lot of times it's hard for a recycler to tell us exactly of the 500 panels that you processed yesterday, how much silver came out of that, how much copper came out of that. And it could be because that's how their process is set up, but that's something that we're internally trying to find a way to represent and to share that information so that we have more of that data available to us and we can better forecast. So this is a map that shows the dark-colored indicators are where we have recycling partners today in the United States, and the ones in yellow are the partners that I'm working with today in order to add them to our network. And as you can see, none of them are in California. One of the first recyclers that we actually worked with was based in California in the South Bay, but unfortunately in 2018, I think it was, they actually went out of business. And before they went out of business, actually, they were told they could no longer accept solar panels. And so that was very disheartening for us because they were a very active recycler. And in any case, we still work with some of the representatives from that organization but they're now pursuing activities outside of California. So I think that's something that we definitely want to focus on and encourage that, in order to reduce that transportation and logistics cost that Dustin alluded to, it's very real. In some cases, the logistics to send a container of modules to, say, Ohio or Texas exceeds the cost of actually recycling the product itself. And then not to mention the fact that we're carbon polluting when we do that, and that's something we don't want to do. So this is actually my last slide in terms of challenges. I won't read through them all, since I know this is probably going to be shared, but I would say, again, looking at that value chain perspective of end-of-life management, what we're trying to look at are what are the key points that as an industry organization we can help our members and industry focus on. So under manufacturer, there are a few different areas where we think there's great opportunities for collaboration and solutions because we know these challenges exist today. Things like working with suppliers to improve the purity of recovered minerals so that we're not actually sourcing pure mineral in order to remanufacture a module, but is there ways that we can not completely erode the effectiveness of a solar cell by using minerals or silicon that's not as pure as like semiconductor grade. Another channel we would really love to see more attention paid to, and it's something that we have in the latter part of this year to work more diligently on, is how do we create that reuse channel? You know, how do we take a module that's supposed to be effective and actually could be utilized for 35 or even 40 years, but at some point in time, maybe that's not meeting the performance requirement of a PPA or a power output, and maybe it's only doing it at 80% and they're contracted at 85. Well, 80% is still pretty darn good. So where can we find the right market or channel for that module to be reutilized? And I think the challenge that we have there is balancing that with what the disposition is of that module, since if it comes off the roof. Is it waste? Could it be reused? You know, it's kind of in a gray area the way it stands today. The other channel I think that is really could also require some innovation, maybe some R&D, is looking at refurbishment and remanufacture. There are times when modules that have some glass crackage, they could actually be repaired and they could be reutilized and resold. So how do we incent that? And at the same time, find ways that don't keep the status of that module so that it can't be reconnected to the grid or it can't be reutilized in the same operation as when it originally was put into operation. There are codes and standards that exist today from the safety side of my background that won't allow that module to be reconnected to the grid today. So that's something that we also need to look closely at. And then last of all, from a recycle perspective, you know, there's a lot that can be done there in terms of developing better collection points that are more effective and don't get at that carbon situation that we mentioned. How do we minimize the cost of recycling? It now costs in order to recycle a module today. So those folks who do want to do the responsible thing, they're actually stepping up and paying for that. How do we, until the volume situation is something that influences that more directly, how do we incent that? And then lastly, similar talking with what Dustin said, how do we encourage and maximize communication amongst industry and consumers and everyone else that there is an opportunity for us to develop a much more robust end-of-life process. And I think today is good evidence that it's something we all need to do together. Do you want me to do that for you?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So good morning. I'm the odd one out here. I'm Dutch, living in Oklahoma City, which is called fate. And instead of seeing problems, I see solutions and opportunities. And also I'm talking mainly about automotive lithium-ion packs. Special touch.
I don't have it. Might be a little bit close. Oh, I think you need to.
Cool. So delighted to be here. I'll give you, I will go through it really quickly so that we have more time for Q&A. Is it working here? No, you have the special. Okay. So what we do is total life cycle management of advanced battery packs. And our mission is to extend the economic life of a battery pack. And then at the end, when it has to be recycled, to offer a closed loop system. But number one is to extend the economic life. And we believe not in cradle to grave, in cradle to cradle. So traditional life cycle management is The pack gets manufactured, it goes on the road. Then if something goes wrong, we try to refurb, remend that pack. Later, if you can't do that anymore, you try to repurpose, second life. There was a lot of talk about this this morning. And in the end, you have to do core recovery, the reverse logistics. Pre-cycling, get the metals out, and then try to recycle the lithium-ion cell. And I will be talking about cathode-to-cathode recycling and directly recycling a little bit later in my presentation. We do that for a variety of companies in the United States and also Europe, where we opened up last year. But we are like this massive funnel of lithium-ion battery packs from all these OEMs. Boy, this is... By the numbers, as I mentioned, we are in Europe, we are in the United States. We grade almost every battery pack coming back, so it's almost like an exit interview of every battery pack going through our facilities. We have a lot of data on that, so we learn, and we're handling about 2,500 battery packs per month, and it gives us economies of knowledge and economies of scale. And economies of scale is very important, as I will explain later. So recycling, obviously it's the right thing to do because we don't want to go waste into landfill. But it's also increasingly important to do because we need to get the materials out. And that's where the volume is. We can't go deeper, we can't keep going wider in mines. We need to reuse what we already made. And that's why we talk here a lot about regulations, and based on what I hear this morning, sometimes regulations get in the way of practical solutions which are already there. So I very much believe in that the carrot speaks louder than the stick. And obviously, you know, we have seen lots of charts, and I have a few of those as well. There's a lot of battery packs coming down the pike. This is from the California Energy Storage Alliance about stationary energy storage, and you can see there's a lot being installed, and eventually that will come out of the market, and it needs to be handled. It needs to be used, recycled. If you look at electric vehicles worldwide, and these two slides are from the DOE, there is an enormous amount of battery packs coming off the market ahead of us. And if you see Europe, you see the US, China, and we are not even on the map yet. I think this chart starts at 2025. But instead of focusing on how much quantity, what is more important is the second chart, is how much of those key metals we can get out of these packs and put into new packs. That's much more cost effective, that's much more important. And that's why, and that helps towards, you know, the carrot, because we need those metals. And that's where the opportunity lies. Recycling, different methods and different values. Traditionally, conventional recycling, hydropyro, there is a cost associated with it, so that the cost of the process is more expensive than what you get back, than the value of those metals. An example is Umicore, Toxcoke in Bursky. Todd is here in the room. And now they're looking at new ways of recycling for lithium ion. Cathode to cathode, and what you try to do is you try to recover the active material and reuse that. Some people are skeptical if it works, if it doesn't work. It's working on a pilot scale, on a small scale. The question now is, will it scale up? We believe it will, but you know, we will be able to answer that in about a year. But in China, it's already happening. And in South Korea, it is happening. The active material is being reused. The nirvana, the North Star, is direct recycling, and that's what the DOE is doing. And I think Michael Slater might talk a little bit about it later. I don't know. There you keep the whole molecular structure intact, and you can reuse that almost directly into a new cell. And that is obviously a moonshot, And there is a big initiative going on from the Department of Energy with NREL and Argonne. So is it a cost or an opportunity? The current models, you have to pay for it, and logistics is a big part of it, so there is a negative value, and therefore regulations could help, but they should never stand in the way. What we try to do, and many others with us, cathode-to-cathode recycling, integrated with the other life cycle management we do, like remanufacturing, repurposing, and then we feel we can create positive value. And nothing speaks louder than money, and it's much more effective than regulations. Also, we need to be specific. Different batteries, different business models. Nickel metal hydride, all the Toyota Priuses here in the state of California have a nickel metal hydride pack, or at least the original hybrids. And we don't have a problem with that because there is a positive value associated with that pack, and it's nickel. So that industry takes care of the problem. Lithium ion, there are many different kinds of lithium ion. There's a big difference between LFP, iron phosphate, and say NMC. And even within NMC, there's a big difference between NMC 111 or 811 or 622. So we need to be specific when we talk about recycling battery packs, because there are differences. Also, how you handle them, how you transport them, what is the voltage, what is the best voltage for it to go into a smelter, what is the thermal state, what is the state of charge. So there are lots of little technical details. I mentioned the initiative from the Department of Energy, ReCell, and what they try to do with the industry is reclaim all the active materials. And if they succeed, or if we get close to that, I think it will transform the industry and how we deal with spent lithium-ion battery packs. I think that the industry is watching and is ready to respond, and I think that's the sort of message I get this morning as well on solar panels, that there are solutions and people willing to step up, but we need to be able to do our work. Retrieve Kinbursky, they're based in California, they're a big recycler. They have facilities in, I think, Ohio and British Columbia. They are one of the main recyclers of lithium ion right now in the United States. Umicore, a Belgian company, global company, they are one of the largest suppliers of cathode material. And I'm confident that they will enter the US market if there is enough volume, because it's a big investment. In China, Brump, in Korea, South Korea, Sangil, I know they're looking at entering the European market and the US market. We are working together with Battery Resources. We will open on the West Coast because we want to be closer to the batteries. Logistical costs are important. I know that NetBet is very active, the USABC, United States Automotive Battery Consortium, the OEMs, they are watching this space and very much involved. And there's countless others. I think there's more activity now on recycling of lithium ion than ever before. And I think there are solutions right now, and there will be a lot more solutions in the days to come. So for me, it is an opportunity, not a problem. Players are stepping up. There's opportunity against regulation by having a positive value associated. And I think people will be on the West Coast in the next couple of years. One thing about the volume, you need volume to get scale. And when you have volume, you can make those investments. Some of those investments are between the $50 and $100 million, but they will come if the market is there. So I think I'm within 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I'm going to kick off our Q&A portion with one question here, and we'll have a hard stop at 12:45 to break for lunch. So the question I had was, Heidi, you flagged Washington State's new program, and there it's the responsibility of the manufacturer to recycle PV panels. I wanted to ask our panelists here, who has the responsibility to address this waste? Is it the developers? Is it the manufacturers? Should it be the consumers in certain cases? And I also wanted to ask, as Justin flagged, that, in his presentation, industry players continue to change over time. So knowing that we may have a disaggregated system of responsibility for who addresses the waste, how do we also plan for these parties not being around in the future?
I guess I'll kick it off and we'll go down. It's a great question, and really that's why our whole organization formed, because the local governments of California had pretty much had enough of the state banning things from disposal without any funding or plan to manage anything. And so they said, we need to get to the front end of the problem. We've got to get the manufacturers at the table. The front end of the system is not talking to the back end of the system. They put things on the market we can do absolutely nothing with, or it's way too expensive to manage. We've got to have the conversation, close the loop, before we can actually close the loop on the materials. So we would say the producers have the primary responsibility, because the way they design the product and what they make it out of is what really drives the cost and what we can do with it at the back end. But everybody in the product chain, as Evelyn said, has some responsibility. None of us are off the hook. And that includes the regulators, because if we make it too hard for them to site in California, we aren't going to get this done. So we've got to all work together. And I would also say that orphan waste is addressed in most producer responsibility systems. So if somebody goes out of business, a properly set up EPR system would include that the orphan waste must be collected in the system. And what we found is that people are not willing to pay at end of life, when something has no value to them, to manage it properly. That's when we get illegal dumping. They're willing to pay when they're going to buy that big screen TV, or when they're going to buy that big solar panel. Those little added prices, I think somebody had said, was very, very minimal for a solar panel. If that was just part of the product price, they don't even notice, really. And we had this big debate over pharmaceuticals, and it ended up being less than a penny a prescription. So, and now we're going to have a statewide program, because we did come to agreement with the industry. So that would be my answer, yeah.
I think one of the debates that will happen, and I think it happened in Europe, and maybe Jan this afternoon can clarify this, but is it going to be prepaid, or is it going to be as it comes back, meaning when is the producer actually responsible for it? And it seems to me that it just makes a lot more sense to have it paid for up front, because if you actually are able to set that money aside, it's a lot more. It grows over time. And coming after someone later down the road, it could actually impact their bottom line to have to pay for that in the future. So I think one of the debates, the pay as you go or prepay, is something that we should probably talk about and figure out if there is going to be an EPR program, which one of those is the best way. And then the other question is, not all PV modules are hazardous, right? I mean, by calling them universal waste, they become hazardous, I guess, but some pass the characterization test and some fail. And should there be more money paid by people who are making hazardous panels versus non-hazardous ones? I'm not sure if I have a good answer on that, but I think one maybe way to differentiate cost, and maybe this connects to one of the points from Heidi's presentation, is to link it to the warranty length. Make the cost that the producer's required to set aside based on how long the panel is going to last. And that would encourage manufacturers to make panels that, some panels will last for 40 or 50 years, but they're not warranted for that long. And it'd be nice to see a market with 40 and 50-year warranty panels. That would change some of our waste problems too. So thinking about linking and incentivizing, not necessarily the removal of some of the hazardous materials, because some of them, they're intrinsic to the semiconductor, so it might be difficult but to link it to how long the panel is going to last and make it a quality question, I think might be one way to kind of impose that fee differential, if there is a fee differential, and I guess that's part of the question too, if there should be.
So one clarification that I'll make about the Washington regulation is that program actually only applies to modules that are installed on buildings or are off-grid. So I think that is one particular nuance that may be a disservice to its intent in later days, because there's no master plan for where solar is going to get deployed, to the exact science, right? And we don't want to. I think we want to encourage all solar and not discourage, if it's going to be installed in one application versus another. I think overall, this is one of those situations where no one solution is going to match every single specific outcome. And I think lessons learned in Europe will also help inform, how do we look at things from a B2B perspective versus B2C? What are the behaviors and practices that we want to incent and encourage, and how do we make that easier for people to actually follow through on that? From a warranty perspective, there are many modules on the market today that are 25-year warranty, which means if it doesn't perform, for 25 years, you will send that module back, or your installer will send that back to the manufacturer, and it'll be replaced. The manufacturer is taking care of the waste at that point because it's their warranty responsibility to do so. I think the other question is does the manufacturer then have a good solution in order to not just, store those for a long period of time, and they actually have a way to recover the material from it and utilize it in new manufacturing. So I don't think that there is a one-size-fits-all. I think it really depends on, how, on a lot of different outcomes over the lifetime of the system, and what we've got to figure out are what are the right structures that are going to continue to incent people to want solar and to deploy solar, but then at the same time, make sure that we're responsible at the end of life.
Yeah, I'm not really qualified to answer the question. I'm not a solar person, but my only thing is make it simple. Make it simple to implement, make it simple to understand. Because I see everywhere people make things too complex and you lose everything. There was earlier a comment about second life and safety and everything. But sometimes we make things so complex that you do not achieve what you want to achieve. You create the opposite. So make it simple.
Yeah. So Dirk, I would also, in case you want to add, I would think of those questions in the context of batteries as well, right? Because it's a similar chain in terms of consumers, developers, and manufacturers.
Huh. I thought I could escape. For batteries, it is very difficult because the battery pack is not in the ownership of the OEM anymore. I think for the life cycle of that battery, of that vehicle, the OEM, it assumes that responsibility. That's what they're doing right now. Not because they have to, but because they feel it's the right thing to do. Once it comes outside the warranty and the car is older than 8 or 10 years, depending where you are, then it becomes a different thing. But that's why it's important that as an industry, we try to come up with a process which adds value to those battery packs rather than cost.
So I want to open it up to the audience for questions. If you have questions, please come up to the microphone.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Max Wexler. I'm the operations manager at Urban Ore in Berkeley, the reuse, retail, and recycling eco park, a for-profit since 1980. And I have some data to offer in the form of a short story and a question. So about 2 years ago, we intercepted 450 solar panels at the Berkeley transfer station, where we have a crew salvaging every day. We get about 3 tons on average to bring back to our store to sell for reuse or recycle. That's actually how I got started there, and I grew up in a scrap metal junkyard outside of Philadelphia. Anyway, we bring the panels back on pallets that came off these trailers. Apparently an installer got booted by their landlord, and I don't know what would have happened to the panels at the transfer station, but we brought them back. I was the project manager. I researched them, priced them about 60 cents a watt, and we started selling them, and we've sold out. We've made over $35,000. I created a new category in the POS system. And so my basic point is that there is a market for used, unwarranted panels. And more recently, I've made connections with used systems, maybe 10, 15 years old, that still have plenty of life in them. You know, we're all talking like these panels when they're 30, 40 years old are dead. Well, you know, I'm 31 years old and I'm still at least 80% efficient myself. So, I guess my question is there a problem with any of this from a regulatory standpoint? And if not, can I shamelessly promote myself to offer our services to anyone with some slightly loved panels that could use a second life?
So that probably that does not fall within the PUC's jurisdiction, so I'm not really in a place to answer that. Sure.
Hi, I'm Valetti Lang from the Department of Toxic Substances Control. I'm the branch manager for policy. And for materials that are being sold, refurbished and used for their original purposes, those fall outside of our world as managing a hazardous waste. And then just a point of clarification, for materials, if you are using them and collecting them and they don't fail any of the state or the federal criteria for hazardous waste, they are not hazardous waste. So if you do have a PV mod and it doesn't meet the criteria for hazardous waste, you can manage it as a non-hazardous waste, so that's fine. So we do recognize that all PV mods are not hazardous waste. We do know that some fail for California criteria, some fail for federal, so that means any state they would be regulated as a hazardous waste. But if it is true that the PV panels are good use and you're selling them for their original purposes, at this point they would not be a hazardous waste.
Excellent, thank you. And of the 450 we've sold, we haven't had a single return.
I'll point out, there's one challenge with reusing modules if you want to reuse them in like a string, for example, of if you have an array, is that once they start getting old, they all start having different characteristics from the electrical perspective, different voltages and things like that. So for all those entrepreneurs out there, what we need is really kind of a PV module that you can kind of stick in that's universal, that helps correct some of these imbalances with the reuse market. Because if you have let's say you take 10 of your 350, put them all together, there's going to be like parasitic loads and things like that that affect the ability for that to deliver electricity. Let's come up with some
or a new component to help with the voltage regulation.
Or that, exactly, yeah, some other.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Morning, Jimmy O'Day, Union of Concerned Scientists. Thanks, all very valuable thoughts. Clarifying question from Heidi and Evelyn. Heidi mentioned that the only facility you know of for recycling PV panels is in Arizona, but then Evelyn, you showed a map that were several. Were those different types of facilities?
No, I was going to talk to Evelyn afterwards because is it the same? But I didn't know of all those other ones. But of course, they're further away too, so. Yeah.
Bottom line, you don't have any in California. Okay. And a question for Dirk. You mentioned you're a fan of incentives. What type of incentive would help either you or people that provide materials to you on the EV battery side?
We don't really need incentives at the moment. You know, we would love them, don't get me wrong. But I think as an industry, it is working well as it is right now. And I think with recycling, once that really starts to come into its own, I think it is a completely closed loop system.
So you see like the finances are there as scales get larger?
Yeah, I think that we will get there. Maybe not straight away because, it's scale and everything, but I'm very, very optimistic and hopeful that we will have, or the industry as a whole, and there's some here in the audience, we will have a solution.
I want to add to that you have to have a good collection system in order to get the volumes you need to make a $50 and $100 million investment. And this is the same chicken and egg problem we had with carpet and other products. So this is why we all have to work together, because they're not going to make the investment and ramp up if we're not collecting them, but we're not going to collect them if there's no place to send them. So we're going kind of like this. So that's why it's very important we have this conversation.
But there's a huge difference. And again, I'm not a specialist in solar. If you want to recycle solar, the process is more expensive than the benefit. You only do it because it's the right thing to do. with lithium-ion batteries, and not with LFP, but with NMC, what we're hoping for is that the value of what you get out of recycling is higher than the process cost. And as a result, you have this pull signal. And it's the same thing with lead acid batteries. If I give someone a lead acid, they make money out of it. So you have a closed loop system. So that's the difference.
I mean, one of the challenges is we don't know what the price of recycled materials are going to be in the future. Like, or the value, for example, like cobalt. A year ago, everybody was like, we should be recycling every cobalt because of the high value. And if you look at the cobalt market now, it's totally crashed and it's less value. So that's why we have to have a system and not necessarily rely on the fact that there's going to be value there, because we don't know what the value is. I mean, look what's happening with China's recycling and all this stuff. We don't know this stuff's valuable. And then, I mean, in my environmental studies department, we run the hazardous waste county hotline. It's for Santa Clara County. So like all my students are always getting the phone calls and they're like, oh, this so-and-so doesn't take this anymore because it's not valuable anymore. So we can't necessarily count on the value there, I guess is the point.
And that's why it's important that the producers are at the table. Because if they're taking it back and putting it in their new products, there's automatically value. It helps keep the market up.
Yeah, but I agree with Dirk. At the end, economics rules the environment. So it's a very important thing. And Dustin, you're right. If it's funded, pre-funded and etc., yes, then it makes life easier. Sorry, I did not introduce myself. Jan Klinker from PP Cycle. I come speaking in the afternoon, but I wanted to point out two comments, a bit corrections to Director Stanborn. The electronic equipment with solar cells in Europe is under the legislation. So on your slides, this was not 100% what Europe says. It's not considered as a photovoltaic panel, but it is electronic scrap. It is under the WEEE legislation as any other TV set or washing machine. That's one point. To Dustin as well, comments, because you said at one point in time, yeah, we saw that a voluntary take-back system is not successful. I tried to correct you. PV Cycle was founded as a voluntary take-back program. We existed for 7 years under a voluntary take-back system, but it was due to discussions within the industry, and then I referred to the ROS discussions in Europe, where at the end of the day, you presented it well on your slides, PV panels are excluded from the ROS directive. And as a political compromise, PV panels were dropped under the WEEE directive. So that's why we became, let's say, a take-back system now steered by legislation. So that was 2 points to correct. And for the rest, I go back also to the other panel. I take the opportunity here. I also really insist on classifying PV panels as non-hazardous waste. Because again, coming back to the economics, by classifying it as hazardous waste or even as universal waste, you immediately have at the star grid already a cost which is only there due to the fact that you classify it as hazardous waste. And in Europe, we do not classify this as hazardous waste. It's non-hazardous waste. We only have one country which is putting in their legislation, that's Spain. And if you ask them why, they cannot answer you. Only cadmium telluride panels, they classified as hazardous waste in their law. But probably because they heard the word cadmium and tellurium. But there is no scientific support for their decision. So I think it's very important to have support from the authorities on this one. And I think, coming back to Dustin, your remark, a voluntary take-back system can be very successful, but then you need also a complete industry supporting it. Or at least 90%, 85% of the markets, we can always beam away the 15 or 10% free riders. If you have the full force from all the big players, you can beam them away. At one point in time, PV Cycle in Europe represented 90% of what was sold on the European market. So the 10% leftovers, we were chasing them. Of course, they were the difficult ones as well because they're also very small companies. But with a successful support, and then it's really then linking to how you fund the system, that's key. In Europe, when we were a voluntary system, the whole thing was financed with, I even translated now or transferred it into dollars. I just calculated it. We did it for $4 per piece. Collection and treatment. $4 per piece. You can do this. but then you need all the gigawatts installed or the annual installations in Europe, and if they all support a little bit, and a little bit means then sometimes only $1 per piece.
Yep. So
so if everybody starts to do it individually, you will manage it individually, but you will not have the economies of scale, and you will not have the efficiencies.
And I think, and it'll be wonderful for you to talk more about this on the panel after lunch for solutions, because you've raised a lot of good points. So we're at time. We're at 12:45, which is the time to break for lunch. Since we have our audience members standing here for questions, if everyone's okay, we'll take a couple of more quick questions. Please keep your questions short, and we'll keep our Q&A to just maybe another 2 or 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is Ryan Barr again of Repurpose Energy. We reuse EV batteries to store solar energy here in California. My question's for Dirk. I'm wondering what the characteristics are of batteries that come through your funnel, as you said, and where the other batteries are ending up currently.
So what is the last part of your question?
So what are the characteristics of electric vehicle batteries that come to you, and where do the other ones end up currently?
No, if we can't, so we have 3 buckets. Number 1 bucket is it goes back into a vehicle as an in-warranty replacement, because the battery pack can cost $5,000, $7,000, $10,000, but it might be a $1 sensor which is wrong. So to scrap a battery pack costing all that money for a $1 sensor is insane. So remanufacturing, putting it back into the vehicle is the highest ROI. Number 2, repurposing, but it has to be feasible and everything. And then number 3, if we can't do that, it goes to recycling. And for recycling, there is a lot of capacity in the market right now, and you know, one of them is retrieve. So that's what we do, and the issues we see with battery packs is all over the place. Degradation is still relatively small, because everyone thinks that the biggest problem with battery packs is degradation, and that is still a relatively small problem. But every battery pack is different. Some are liquid cooled, some are not cooled, so too early to say.
Thank you.
I just wanted to answer the question that the gentleman had from Urban Ore. My name is Molly Sturkle. I'm a program manager in the Energy Division at the Public Utilities Commission. I spent 5 years as the program manager for the California Solar Initiative. The concern that the CPUC might have with the resale or reuse of panels is based primarily on the interconnection requirements that are regulations of the California Public Utilities Commission. So the utilities under our jurisdiction are required to allow for the interconnection of electrical equipment that meets certain standards. In layman's terms, it means it has to be UL listed and has to meet certain safety standards, and that has allowed for over 900,000 solar systems to get installed in California. And so those standards are really important because they ensure the safety of utility workers as well as the grid's management as a whole. If the panels are being installed by people purchased at Urban or any other place actually, and they're being installed by licensed contractors, hopefully they're doing it in accordance with all safety standards. If they're being reused off the grid, the PUC doesn't really care. I think that reuse of panels is definitely allowable, but I would think that it could be a very large concern if it's being done by non-licensed contractors and outside of utility interconnection standards. There are ways to add panels to existing systems and, so on and so forth. The other thing I would say is just based on the degradation, I think one of the things that SEIA could do is promote a leave-in-place policy, which is that even though panels degrade, when homeowners want to change out their panels, like if they're still functioning, they should basically stay in place as long as possible. So that is something that we could do to help delay the creation of more landfill waste until we get the recycling problems solved, because these things do continue to produce generate electricity. Thank you.
Okay, so one last question, and then we're going to break for lunch.
Thanks. This is quick. I'm Ann Peters. I'm with Greystone Incorporated, a consulting firm specializing in complex engineered products, end-of-life management. And my question for you, Dirk, is you mentioned you have a battery grading system, and it sounds like your shop is running pretty well. And maybe, did you develop your own grading system, or is there an industry-wide standard for grading incoming EV batteries? Should there be an industry-wide standard that's consistent for grading them to help foster more reuse, better recycling?
We developed that ourselves. However, there are only a few ways in grading a battery pack. So every electrical engineer knows that. There are a couple of, basic standards, and you can derive on top of that one. We do a lot of statistical analysis, machine learning and everything, because the more packs we grade, the quicker we can be in it. Can I ask one question to you, actually, or to the people here? So you identify the problem of all this stuff coming off the market in California, and I applaud you for it. But are you looking for a solution in California, or are you looking for a solution?
Well, I think today, our interagency working group is looking at how to deal with the waste currently in state to avoid some of the transportation costs that the industry may face, to avoid some of the emissions that result from shipping and moving this waste. But I think at the end of the day, there's a clear desire to have a solution over having no solution at all.
Yeah, and I think that's the key message. It's like, and I think that was some of the frustration. We should make sure that perfect doesn't get in the way of good.
Right. Yep.
And then one thing about you, sorry, and then we go, about people paying money when they buy an object and everything. But what if you create an industry which can create positive value? What happened with that money? Does that go back to the consumer? Does it go back somewhere else? Sorry.
Can I answer that a bit? If it's an internalized cost, it doesn't matter because the industry is going to adjust. It's just part of their cost of doing business. They adjust as the markets change. If it's a visible fee that's set by government, it is a really big pain to change it up and down with the markets. And the retailers don't like it. It's just a lot of administrative costs. So we really encourage that this just be part of the cost of doing business because it allows flexibility to change with markets.
Okay, so we are over time. Thanks for your patience. We're going to break for lunch and reconvene promptly at 1:45 and discuss where we go from here.
the paint tins. So let's go ahead and welcome Jan.
Thank you, Pauline. Thank you also to Call Recycle and CPUC to invite us. And I'm happy to be here, even though I come from a far distance. But no, I'm happy to be here. So thank you for this, and to be able to share with you what PV Cycle is and what is our experience after 10 years take-back program in Europe. Here is the agenda. I will skip immediately to who is PV Cycle, just for your understanding. We are a non-for-profit association, so you could compare this a little bit with your 501c3 organization you have in the US. In Europe, they call it also our essence a producer responsibility organization. Here, the word producer is not referring to a manufacturer as such. You will see it later. It's more referring to the one who's selling for the first time a PV panel in one country. We were founded in July 2007. You see there the founding organizations, private companies, and industry associations. So to refer already to what Dustin Mulvaney said this morning, yes, some of the founding private companies are no longer there, and we are only 10 years later. Or they left the market on a voluntary basis. So is this the end of PV Cycle? No, but it shows you how fast an industry can change. And why we are not for profit? Mainly, there are several reasons. But when I started with PV Cycle, I was glad that they already had founded the legal entity as a non-for-profit one. Because in Europe, it is also one of the requirements to set up a non-for-profit association to manage a producer responsibility system, because it keeps you independent from haulers, recycling companies, and all the potential suppliers you need to speak with. Otherwise, if PV Cycle would have been a private company, then I could have a shareholder which is a recycling company. And if that's a big recycling company, he could have taken maybe 100% of the shares. And all the other recyclers would not be happy in Europe. So it's good to stay independent. That also means we can talk every day with everybody on the market who is able to supply us in logistics or in recycling and treatment activities. And also to come back to a point which was raised at the end of the previous session, as non-for-profit, we are also not allowed by law to distribute profit to our shareholders. In fact, we do not have shareholders. They call all of them called full members, so they each have one, I would say, a share, if you can use that word again, but they have one stake in PV Cycle, but even if we would make profit at the end of the year, we cannot distribute it to them. If we would wind up, then the money will be transferred to a charity organization, so that's imposed also by law. But our main objective as non-for-profit association is also to strive for a zero cost at the end of the day for the industry. So I am the managing director of this first box over there, where you see ISBL or VZW. That's French and Dutch for a non-for-profit association abbreviation. But this that was the initial PV Cycle of 2007, and in the meantime, mainly due to the entering into force of the WEEE legislation in Europe in 2014 for PV panels, we had to split up ourselves in different pieces, and that was also due to mandatory requirements in each country. And so we focused on the main markets to set up a separate legal entity. And in other countries where we do not have the legal entity, we have a cooperation agreement with other local partners. You also see that, yes, there is officially a PV Cycle USA existing. For the moment it's still dormant, but we are willing to activate it very fast if we can come up with a common understanding on how to start with this in maybe one state or across all the states. And you also see at the bottom that we are in progress to set up a PV Cycle Japan, Australia and India. With Japan and India we are, with Japan probably within 1.5 years. India, the focus is to have this done by the end of this year. And Australia, it's in progress because they are also now studying in Australia the idea of setting up a take-back program for PV panels. The milestones, I will not go through them all. You received the slides afterwards, I understood. But you see I made a bit of, there is a distinction between our activities between 2007 and 2014, where we were a voluntary take-back system, founded and invented by the industry. And then after 2014, or as from 14, where we were steered by this, you see there at the bottom, the WEEE, the WEEE Directive of Europe, which stands for Waste Electrical and Electronic Equipment, which since 2014 includes PV panels. And already before 2014, inverters, also an important component in a PV system. Inverters were also, are already under this legislation as well. Just one highlight of the 10 years. Mainly that we also certified as ISO 9001 and 40001 organization. And I come back to the tonnage we collected so far, but this you will see at the last slides again, 27,000 tons today. These are the services we provide in Europe, but also on a voluntary basis in other countries or regions. Of course, on the right side where you see legal compliance, this is more only applicable in Europe. So the WEEE compliance means those 7 bullet points, and one of the bullet points is also the organization of the take-back. So what is listed there is bullet point number 4, organization of waste management. So this means collection, shipping, transport, recycling, treatment. And on the left side, you see, we always split it in PV Cycle in something we call more the upstream part of the WEEE compliance. That's more administration. And then the downstream part, which is really, yes, you pick up waste and you send it to a treatment facility. So you on the left side, you see a bit more in detail exactly how we organize the take-back. That's through to, we do it through fixed collection points, direct pickup. In some countries, we are obliged also to use municipal public collection points. So that differs a little bit country per country in Europe. And of course, the second important element of the waste management is to offer state-of-the-art recycling, recovery, and final treatment, and where possible, yes, also reuse, refurbishment. I do not want to explain you the whole WEEE directive, but I think it's still very important to understand who is this famous producer. Unfortunately, the lawmaker used the word producer, but in fact he means, you see there in the bottom, in a nutshell, the first one bringing a PV panel or an inverter or a TV set or a washing machine, so it applies for every electronic equipment in Europe, to the first one putting this on the market of one country. So there is a huge misunderstanding sometimes outside Europe that if I bring PV panels on the market and I bring them in through the harbor of Rotterdam in the Netherlands, and I have compliance in the Netherlands, that I am compliant for the rest of Europe. This is not true. So you have to repeat your compliance 28 times, like it or not. That's WEEE directive in Europe. So each time if you are bringing a panel on the PV panel on the market in the Netherlands, in France and in Italy, and you have in those countries also a legal entity established which is doing that sales, then 3 times you have to become compliant with the Dutch, the French and the Italian WEEE law. And if you are lucky, sometimes this WEEE law is one-on-one a transposition, a copy of the European legislation. If you have less luck, then sometimes the Italians or the French have maybe imposed some more stringent rules than what Europe is requiring. So the European WEEE directive is only a minimum level, but each member state of the 28 in Europe can come up with more stringent requirements. And that's the difficulty also with this legislation. We as PV Cycle, it was sometimes more fun being a voluntary take-back program. We had one fee, one price, and we were serving everybody across Europe. Very simple. Since the WEEE directive, we have to split ourselves also in 28 mindsets, 28 explanations why why a PV panel costs in one country, for instance, €1, and in another country €5. So that's constantly explaining why, and it has nothing to do with the cost as such of PV Cycle. We are not more expensive in Italy with our staff than in another country. It's mainly due to what is also required from the local authorities. But here you see the definition of producer. You can read it in detail. try to remember the last line, the first one bringing a PV panel on the market is producer. And sometimes that can be the one who is manufacturing and selling in a single country, then he is responsible. But it's mainly the one who is importing PV panels in a country and selling them. And then if we know who is the producer, then is the question, what are his obligations? You already saw them in another slide. So here you have them all in details. It's mainly registration of your company in a so-called WEEE register. You periodically report the amounts you have sold on the market, normally per quarter, but some countries, not to mention Ireland or Germany, they want that information every month. So that's already an extra cost element. You have to do the exercise 12 times, in other countries only 4 times. You have to inform your users or the user of the electronic equipment about correct waste disposal, label the products and so on. Some of the things we are taking over on behalf of the producer. But of course, for instance, the financing, yes, this has to be insured by the producer. And I come to this later. You also see their batteries, because also in Europe, there is also a battery directive since 2006, which is also a kind of extended producer responsibility, but then for batteries. I will go very fast, but here I tried to show you again the difference between when we were a voluntary system, where the main part is about the financing. Then we were only financing the waste which was generated in the current year. And as we were professional guys, we also ensured that we could also finance the waste generated the next year. But that was in a voluntary system. And then you can also keep it very cheap because you can only focus on the cost of the current year. And with the low amounts of waste today, it's not an expensive one. But if you are on the related legislation, like the WEEE directive since 2014, so the directive is from 12, but technically speaking, everybody had 18 months the time to transpose this legislation into national legislation. That's why you see the difference in dates. But since that date, we have more to follow what the national authorities are requiring. And in some countries, they are asking that we foresee provisions for future waste management, like Dustin was mentioning this morning, not to mention Belgium and France. There are 2 countries which clearly have also in place a visible fee, and the end customer is paying the bill. And that also refers to a question of this morning. The whole value chain has to be involved in this take-back program. So, because also at the end of the day in Europe, one of the leading principles in environmental management is also that the polluter pays. And the one who's buying a car, the one who's buying a TV set or a washing machine or a solar panel or a tire or whatever, is at the end of the day the one who's polluting the planet. And that's also an international environmental principle. And that's also what is included in the so-called visible fee principle, that those are financing together with the producers the take-back of the products when they are end of life. Another slide which is just showing you a little bit what the difference is between a voluntary take-back system and one under regulation. Under a voluntary one, I can guarantee you have more freedom to act, and if then the whole industry is following you, or at least a vast majority of them, then you can achieve nice things. But you need really a good majority of the industry following you. And here also an important slide. There is also another slide. People are always asking me, PV Cycle, what does it cost to recycle a panel and how and whatever. I can do another whole day workshop about this, but I will not bore you with this. But here in highlights you see the common approach on how take-back systems organize their financing in Europe. But it's even outside Europe. You already heard Dustin saying this morning, pay as you go, pay as you throw, pay as you put. So here you have it. And these are the 2 main options in financing. And then you have some additional financing options in some countries where they are putting some extra on top of it. But the main 2 ones in the common approach is pay as you go. That means you really finance the waste which you throw in the waste bin this year, 2019, and that's it. But future costs are not financed. You cannot state in such a model that you are financing also the panels which you will collect in 2020. Impossible. But pay as you put is a little bit different, but there it's mainly supported if there is also a visible fee in place that you finance not only the current operations of 2019 but also the future ones. And then yes, you have the risk, Dustin, that you will pile up with a huge amount of money. Also there, a lot of countries in Europe try to limit this, and they have some elements in their legislation or outside the legislation that means that we are in some countries talking with the local coal recycles administrations, let's put it like this, and that with them, based upon their instructions, we are managing to come up with a provisions plan which is avoiding that 100 millions or billions of euros or dollars are stacked up. So the normal situation is that you at least look 5-10 years into the future, and that you can guarantee them, look, and even over a longer lifespan, maybe we have in one country provision plans of 50 years into the future, but nobody at the table can really state, okay, will this happen, yes or no, but at least they see how we building up the provisions, and when it's too much, they will easily oblige us or ask us to lower down, for instance, the visible fee. So that's possible. But as I said, I can discuss this for another day. I will not do it. And these are a bit the results since we started collection in Europe in 2010 on a voluntary basis. It was in June. There you see the overview per year. Last year it went really high. It's also due to the fact that we are more and more known in some countries also, like France, also not to mention Italy. It's mainly due to France and Italy that the numbers are also a bit higher than in 2017. 27,000 tons. I tried to give you a reference of what does this mean in megawatt. It's more or less 340 megawatt, but it also depends a little bit on which conversion number you use to change megawatts into tons or tons into megawatts. And here you see it per country. So you see that the biggest volumes are coming from Germany, but then now easily and very close the distance, France and Italy. Yes, France and Italy, Germany. And then yes, you have a bunch of other countries, and then you also have a bunch of leftovers, let's say, all the rest of Europe. Is it always a reflection on what really happens on the market? No. If you look very carefully, you will see there Poland. Well, those tons collected in Poland, I think it was roughly 600 tons, were collected at the time where there is no single solar panel installed in Poland. How come we collect then 600 tons in Poland? Because a large manufacturer has there his European warehouse. And when he left the business, he said, clean up my warehouse. So suddenly you have in your statistics 600 tons. So it also to tell you that the numbers are not always telling you everything, what is behind the numbers. Here, very important slide for the recyclers. This morning it was already mentioned, yes, a solar panel is a flat glass product. So it's glass, 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 glass. So if you have an appetite in glass, then it's really a nice new product line. If you do not have an appetite in glass, this will be an annoying material to find out a solution for. So aluminium is there, yes. There is value in aluminium, there is value in some semiconductors, ferro and non-ferro metals, but the challenge is glass, and that's not an easy one to find there a solution which does not cost you. Today, this is just highlighted, but we always split at PV Cycle the collection between silicon-based PV and non-silicon-based. Silicon-based is also what you call in the industry thin film silicon, so amorphous, micromorph silicon, even they are now fading out of the market, but there are still a bunch of them lying there on the market. But this is all silicon for us. This you can easily treat in flat glass recycling plants, which are also treating car glass or building glass. For them, this PV panel is not a special thing. They only remove the aluminium frame and the junction box, and then it's just like any other flat glass. You can also go to more what we e-scrap recycling industries. So far what we see in Europe, that the classical electronic waste recycling industry has not much appetite on solar panels. They like the idea of aluminium, and they like the idea of maybe some silver in it. And then on the non-silicon technologies, that there is indium, gallium, cadmium, tellurium. But when they discover that they first have to remove everything, and that the product is at the end glass, the appetite is completely gone, because an electronic waste recycler in Europe is not fond of glass in general. And then the other technology, non-silicon based, okay, that's the three main technologies over there. As already mentioned here, First Solar has their own take-back system and recycling solution, but also for the others on the market, we have solutions in Europe, but the amounts are also for the moment very small. And what also this morning Dirk from Spies Technologies already mentioned, and I really want to highlight this, and something went wrong there with the small picture I see, but the main challenge is volume. And as Dirk said, as long as you do not have volume, so the issue is here with PV panels, and that's also what I'm pleading for at each administration and authority and government in Europe. I would like to receive, as the solar industry, a reward, a financial compensation, because we are preventing you with waste for 20 years sometimes. But we only get some applause, and that's it. But we do not get a reward like, hey guys, that's very good, compared to beverages or any other products on the market which sometimes have a lifetime of 1 month. You are during 20 years avoiding that waste is generated and that we have no cost with you. But unfortunately, it's not rewarded. So, but on the other hand, from an economic perspective, this is the biggest challenge. We cannot optimize costs in collection, in treatment and recycling. But technically, yes, you can recycle, and that's also what you see there. And that's also what I mentioned. The average and technical recycling rate is easily 95% in weight. That's not a challenge anymore. The recycling solutions are there. The only thing is what Dirk also said this morning. When there is no volume, no investments will take place. Because today, with the amounts you saw of PV cycle, even you saw there, it's 7,000 tons we collected last year. Let's now assume that was all collected in one country. And there was only there 1 or 2 recycling plants. And a normal recycling plant, correct me if I'm wrong, the recyclers in the room, but a recycling plant, and I also worked in the waste business before, in our company, we had easily annual capacities of 1,000 tons per day. If you have 7,000 tons, you clean up the challenge in 7 working days and switch off the engine, and then we go to sleep again. So nobody will invest in a machinery which you can only open for operation for 7 working days in a year. That makes completely no sense at all. So today we are working with treatment plants which are including this on their existing lines and on their existing treatment lines, and with success. Yes, there is one exception in France where a treatment plant has bought some equipment which was a result of an R&D project where PV Cycle was involved in. That machinery is a standalone recycling line for PV panels, but they have also the guarantee that they receive all the PV panels collected in France. So then of course, if your supply is guaranteed, then it's of course easier to invest in this, and this is what the French company did. But in a normal situation, when you have a free market, and I'm almost run out of time. Okay, sorry. And that was the most important slide, but okay, good. Because if I may add a last minute, so there was also the question here raised to me, Jan, can you tell us about the cost? Yes, I can tell you that it costs $100 per ton or $200 or $500. It all depends on, and you see there on the cost elements, it's about the volume you collect, it's about where you have to pick it up in the middle of the desert, where there is no machinery to help you put it on a truck and etc. Do you want to use environmentally sound treatment, or you just want to dump it in a landfill? And so on, the administration and reporting, it all cost elements. And yes, we can do it very cheap for you, but then there are, let's say, no rules followed. And if we do the normal way, it costs today. And the material value, important one as well, in the PV industry, I see a lot of people in laboratories calculating how much money you can make with recycling of solar panels. Yes, if you look to the London Metal Exchange and you look there to the prices of aluminium or selenium or whatever, and you trip it all down to a nice detailed report, yes, you can maybe win money, but that's in a laboratory schedule. But if you put it in a commercial treatment plant, which is doing 1,000 tons per day, and wants to fill up its treatment plant during 220 working days in a year, then today the material value will maybe cover just some of your costs. And if you are very lucky, it maybe covers, and we have a €0 per ton cost, but in most of the cases, we're still paying for it. And that's it. I cannot give my recommendations, but that's so.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Maggie Mann. Maggie is the lead of Transportation Infrastructure Analysis, and she is also co-lead of the Circular Economy Strategy at the National Renewable Energy Lab. She has over 25 years of experience in process design and simulation, economic cost analysis, supply chain analysis, environmental life cycle analysis, and staff and project leadership. Thank you, Maggie.
All right, good afternoon. That didn't work. There we go. So I want to first just put my talk in context. So I work at a national laboratory under the Department of Energy, and so our perspective is very long-term, trying to understand, on my side, on the analysis side, what are the research challenges that should be focused on that are long-term, in order to avoid problems like what we're starting to see with PV panels being available for recycling or disposal. How can we set up the research to avoid the conflicts that are coming into the market long term? I'm going to speak about batteries as well as PV research supported by the Department of Energy at the National Labs. I first want to talk about batteries. Within the international trade data, one of the things that we have been asked to look at is economic competitiveness. We are funded by U.S. taxpayer dollars, and so one of the things that DOE is very concerned about is how do we do research and how do we set up marketplaces and support industries that will help U.S. economic competitiveness. And I think it's important to see that even though everybody's concerned about manufacturing in the United States with regard to the emerging electric vehicle market as well as stationary storage, the U.S. is still definitely part of the game. This is a very complicated chart, so I won't go through it a lot. I just want to point out that the circles, the pie charts over each country represent the size of the manufacturing of lithium-ion battery cells. When we had done this work 3 years earlier in 2014, we saw that the U.S. was on par with China for manufacturing capacity once the Tesla Gigafactory came online. The Tesla Gigafactory did come online and our circle got bigger and we were super excited about that, but of course the rest of the world got bigger too. The majority of the demand for EVs and batteries, even for stationary storage, is expected to be in Asia. So that's something that we're trying to keep our eyes on. The driver, this is not showing up correctly. That's okay. So the bottom is cut. Oh, that's better. Thank you. So, you know, in my view, recycling happens for 4 reasons. Number 1, economics, bar none. If it's not economic, there might be other reasons to recycle. Otherwise, recycling doesn't happen. The next one is that the material that you're looking at is toxic, and this is where regulations come into place. The other one is that they're dangerous. So in the case of lithium-ion battery cells, the issue is not that they are toxic per se, or that it may be economic to recycle. I'll go back to that. But they have a hazardous component to it. The other one is reputation. So in the case of, for example, wind turbine blades that are going to be decommissioned over the next several years, what happens to those wind turbine blades? It's not economic to recycle them. They're not toxic. They're not dangerous. But the wind industry is very concerned about its reputation. So we are looking at opportunities for recycling. Lead acid batteries are recycled greater than any other material within the United States, and the reason for that is that they are toxic. Lead is toxic to our environment and to our health, and so they're recycled. As I mentioned, lithium-ion batteries could be dangerous, but if those are changed so that they are not dangerous, the desire to recycle them could really go away. So what I want to point out here is that with lithium-ion batteries, the main driver is economics. And in particular for the United States is economic competitiveness. It's the ability to have access to the raw materials. And this figure shows the raw materials that are necessary for lithium-ion batteries. The most important is that the production of each element that is studied here originated in 1 or 2 countries for 50% of those materials. In particular, people focus on cobalt, which is almost exclusively found in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And I always laugh at that name because if you have to put democratic in your name, you are not. And that country is rife with political corruptness and artisanal minings that have implications for human health. So one of the things that the Department of Energy is funding is research in finding cobalt-free batteries to avoid the necessary sourcing of cobalt for this application. The problem with that is that right now battery recycling is justifiable economically because of the cobalt that exists in the batteries. Now, as was mentioned earlier by Dustin Mulvaney, the cobalt prices are very all over the board, and they're very unpredictable. Cobalt also is not, its primary use right now is not in batteries. That could change as the amount of batteries produced goes up. But if we are able to cut our ties to source materials such as this cobalt, well, then the economic driver for recycling goes away, and we have another problem on our hands. So this figure was shown earlier. I feel very honored to have had my figure shown earlier. But what we did was we looked at what fraction of the cobalt could be, for electric vehicle manufacturer, could be met with recycling in the United States. The Department of Energy is funding recycling efforts as well as battery manufacturing efforts to reduce the amount of cobalt. And what we found is that the cobalt from recycling could meet about 65% of the demand for batteries by 2040. Now, of course, that depends on a lot of different factors, such as the battery chemistry at the time of the batteries were manufactured. That varies widely and continues to evolve. I mentioned the cobalt situation. How many batteries are manufactured? What is the uptake of vehicles powered by battery? As well as the collection efficiency, and this is where I want to mention that the U.S. Department of Energy has issued the Battery Recycling Prize, which is focused exclusively on incentivizing new collection and transportation methods. And I encourage you, if you're interested, to go online and look that up. It's a good opportunity for us to try to figure out that mechanism of collection and transportation. And then I wanted to also mention that if the chemistry changes, that could really affect what kind of recycling processes become economic going forward, and how do you design processes that target that moving target. So the Department of Energy is funding the Battery Recycling Center known as ReCell. Can you just push that slide up a little bit? I think I'm using the wrong format slide. Who's got the computer? The bottom of my slide isn't showing. No? All right, yeah, I'll just show it in 2 slides. So ReCell is managed by the Argonne National Laboratory, the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, and Oak Ridge National Laboratory. It's also in partnership with several universities. And the goal of ReCell is to understand how to advance the technology of battery recycling, both on the technological side as well as understanding the collection side. The goal is to look at the long-term opportunities for recycling, as well as try to bridge that gap. All right, now I want to just switch to PV. Right now, several versions of this figure have been shown. PV waste will be a very significant challenge in the future, and so how are we going to address that challenge? Right now, as we've been seeing in the talks today, we don't have a good mechanism for recycling PV. So from an NREL and Department of Energy standpoint, we're trying to understand what can we do to create new PV technologies that can avoid this waste in the future, whether that's designed for recycling, designed for remanufacture, or maybe much longer lifetimes. My friends in the PV world like to point out that young PV systems are very different from the technologies that are being supplied now, but that all PV systems are really different, that the vast number of different technologies that are out there now and at what point they hit the waste market, it's even going to get worse as new technologies are deployed. So how do you create systems that can meet the needs for recycling of those different technologies? This figure is not one of my favorites. It shows year one cost and revenue for PV recycling. The reason I don't care for it very much is that it's year one costs and revenues as opposed to a discounted cash flow minimum required price, which levelizes the price over time. What it does show, however, is that labor is a really important component of PV recycling. And as well as, and what's not even shown here is how do we access, collect, and transport the PV panels. This is true for battery recycling and most recycling technologies. But labor is one area that we could really focus on. The other thing is that I really encourage more analysis of the discounted cost analysis of these technologies. So in terms of circular economy strategies for PV, and this applies to batteries as well, is that it's materials, and longer lifetimes. This figure is taken from the Circular Hotspot COP24 meeting. If we could focus on material recirculation opportunities, very similar to the concept within circular economy, product materials efficiencies, how do we make sure that we can access the materials and use them through more cycles? And then the circular business models is really important, and I put a gold star by this last one, longer lifetimes of products. This is one area that NREL is working hard on, is that the next PV technologies have to be better at lasting a really long time. I think for so many years we were focused on saving the planet by building renewable technologies and making them economic, well, sometimes at the cost of longer lifetimes or at the cost of greener and circularity. We forgot about making sure that they could be disposed of environmentally and recycled. So longer lifetime is one area that we think has potential to solve some of these longer issues. And I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Maggie. Next up is John Weissman. John has been a battery engineer at Tesla for 3 years. He is now a member of Tesla's environmental group, which oversees battery and PV recycling. John is responsible for implementing all of Toyota's closed-loop battery recycling programs globally.
Thank you. Tesla's closed-loop battery recycling programs. No, it's fine. We're independent from Toyota. That's the problem. Thank you to CalRecycle and CPUC for having us. I'm responsible for Tesla's closed-loop battery recycling programs, and so I'm going to walk you through our battery recycling programs at Tesla, and my group is also responsible for photovoltaic recycling as well, so I'll walk through that. Ooh, okay, here we go. So I'll start off with kind of an example of Tesla's products and how we sorry, am I not talking? Oh, okay. Is this better? Okay, so this is an example of Tesla's products, battery-powered and solar alike. You'll see one of our electric vehicles, the Model 3, in the garage of this household here, as well as one of our stationary storage products, the Power Wall, in the garage. And both of those in this picture are being powered by our solar roof tile on the house of this residence. So most of these products are currently early in their life cycles, but we have solutions in place for the early volumes that need to be recycled today, and we are proactively planning for the larger volumes that we'll see at end of life. So it's important to understand the components that go into our products for both battery and solar in order to understand their recyclability. All of our products for battery are powered by small cylindrical battery cells. Those are lithium-ion battery cells. Those are arranged into a module that have thermal and safety management systems, which are put into larger packs, again, which have safety and redundant packaging systems, which are safety measures essentially. And those batteries, those packs are put into our final product, either the electric vehicles that you see or the stationary storage products. It's interesting to note that Tesla is using cylindrical cells, but other automotive manufacturers use different form factors. So there are prismatic or pouch cells. Most automotive OEMs also have a different type of module or pack architecture. So as has been noted on these panels previously, that can present issue or challenge during recycling. If there is a variety of different architecture for any of these battery products, a lot of the time it ends up being a manual disassembly process. As Maggie was saying, labor can be pretty intensive for the costs of recycling. So those are our battery products, both the electric vehicles and stationary storage. And then we have our solar products which start with a cell and then are arranged into a module and then a panel. Again, recyclability is dependent on the form factors of these materials. For Tesla, most of our recycling is done at the module level, both for battery products and for solar products as well. So I'll start, my main focus is on our battery recycling. So, our high-level goals for our lithium-ion battery recycling are to reduce the environmental impact of battery manufacturing. So using recycled materials reduces the environmental impact of manufacturing lithium-ion batteries, as well as recycled materials we hope will also reduce the cost of lithium-ion battery manufacturing as well. So I have our kind of designed life cycle of our lithium-ion batteries, and I'll walk you through it. We have our own vehicle and battery manufacturing. Vehicle manufacturing taking place in California, and most of our battery manufacturing taking place in Reno, Nevada. We put the vehicle out onto the road with a lifespan, ideally as a drop-in replacement for an internal combustion vehicle. So we anticipate, at least 10 years of life, and the battery will degrade, just as similarly. So around the time that the doors and the seats are falling off the car is when the battery should also be reaching the end of its useful life. But the end-of-life behavior is still being determined. Our Model S, the first mass-market vehicle, was put on the market in 2012, so we are still kind of mid-life cycle for most of our products. But any end-of-life batteries that are returned to Tesla will get recycled. We have a pretty unique position as a service provider for all of our consumers as well. We maintain our service centers for customers, and we are the exclusive provider of service for our customers. We service not only the vehicle, but also their battery packs. We can repair certain components of their battery packs, and those that we can't go to be recycled. But in general, we want to be very involved in the closed loop life cycle for the batteries that we put out into the market. So once a product reaches end of life, we'd like to take care of the battery recycling. And then, once the raw materials of the batteries are recovered, we'd like to use those to close the loop in our battery in vehicle manufacturing processes. So, battery recycling is really the next step for us. We'd like to vertically integrate and be able to recover the materials in batteries for recycling. Important to note that we also maintain this type of battery life cycle and service wherever our products are sold. So we're on several continents and in dozens of countries. So wherever we sell our battery products, we also have service centers and end-of-life battery recycling available as well. So going into the kind of technology behind our battery recycling programs, this is a general process flow for how we see batteries being recycled. The goal really for us is to recover as many of the materials contained within a battery, either for reuse in new batteries or to be recycled into other markets, local scrap markets, for example. You'll see that the sources of battery recycling are both from manufacturing or service, so that's defects that take place during manufacturing as well as end of life. So since we're early in the life cycle of most of our battery products, right now the volume of batteries to be recycled from end of life are pretty minimal. And right now the most significant source of batteries to be recycled for Tesla is actually scrap material from our manufacturing processes. But that will change in several years, and the end-of-life batteries from customers will become more significant. The first step in battery recycling processes in general is some sort of discharge or disassembly process. So typically you have live batteries, even if they are end-of-life and don't have much capacity left, they still have some contained charge. So initially, in order to do any type of safe processing, you'll want to discharge and render the battery inert. From that point, you'll want to go through some sort of mechanical destruction or separation techniques. So the battery is typically made of mostly aluminum, copper, steel, metals, as well as nickel and cobalt. So the idea is to recover most of those materials as possible and then isolate the most critical components in our supply chain, which are the cathode materials like nickel, cobalt, and lithium. You can either go through a pyrometallurgical or hydrometallurgical refining process to isolate the critical cathode materials. Typically, those need to go back to some sort of elemental form for use in new batteries. So our preferred method is hydrometallurgical processing, lower emissions and higher recovery rates. Right now in North America, we use a series of vendors to do discharge and disassembly, and then we are centralizing the nickel and cobalt recovery at a refinery. And soon we will begin to vertically integrate some of these operations at our Gigafactory in Nevada. Just really quickly, it's been touched upon before, but I think the main focuses for development in battery recycling are going to be in both cost and efficiency. Most battery recyclers today are really going after the cathode materials, so nickel and cobalt, but there's a variety of other materials in the battery that can and should be recovered in order to have the most efficient recycling processes necessary. So I think research, which Tesla is doing some of, but largely the industry should be looking into how do we recover all of the materials from a lithium-ion battery. How can it be more agnostic to the feedstock? So is there any type of automated EV pack disassembly process that is agnostic to manufacture? And then how can we just reduce the cost of battery recycling overall so that it's economically more compelling? For solar products, obviously we have a little bit of a contrast here. The business case is a little bit less compelling just due to the lower value of the contained materials. The life cycle is significantly longer, but also the end-of-life PV cell is going to be less hazardous. But similar to our EV battery life cycle, we are early in the life cycle for those PV products. So most of our recycling for PV is done from scrap from manufacturing or installation. We currently work with a SIA-approved PV recycler in North America, but we set an expectation with our customer at beginning of life or installation as to the end-of-life behavior. So depending on whether it's a leased or owned program, we set an expectation for end-of-life behavior, but regardless, we advise all of our customers to contact us if service is needed or if there are any end-of-life needs as well. But in general, we see PV recycling, research should be done to kind of lower the cost of PV recycling and increase the recovery of materials from the PV recycling. But in general, as has been stated previously, it's really volume dependent. So really looking for more significant volumes to make the economic case for PV recycling to be more advisable.
Awesome. Thank you very much, John. Next up, we have Dr. Michael Slater from Verisys Energy. Michael is the R&D manager at Verisys Energy, where he leads the development of advanced lithium-ion chemistries and recycling technology. Prior to joining Verisys, Michael was a postdoctoral researcher at Argonne National Laboratory on lithium and sodium-ion materials and systems for electrochemical energy storage.
Thank you, Paulina. And I'd like to thank Cal Recycle and the CPUC for the invitation today. So I'm here to offer the perspective of a battery manufacturer, or another perspective from a battery manufacturer on battery recycling. Let's see, I got ill-sized slides. Okay, just a brief mandatory introduction because you probably haven't heard of Verisys Energy before. We're a smaller lithium-ion manufacturer. We have an office in Hayward, and then manufacturing plants in China, in Guangzhou and Zhenjiang. We recently opened an office in the EU, and we're in the process of globalizing. We'll have production in the US most likely within a few years, following market growth here. So we manufacture lithium-ion batteries for transportation applications, and that covers everything from motorcycles. Zero Motorcycles was one of our first customers. They're based down in Scotts Valley. And lately, the bulk of our business has been in the Chinese EV market. So in terms of R&D, we have the usual battery company focus on producing next generation high energy density cell chemistries, but we also have a pretty large effort on recycling technology. So I did some quick estimates just for California. This is pretty bad. So in terms of batteries in California, we have about 30 gigawatt hours in electric vehicles right now. So this is just a snapshot and doesn't include any market growth projections or anything. We have a much smaller amount, 100 times smaller, of grid-attached electrochemical energy storage. That's the EES. We have a lot more other technologies for grid-attached storage, but batteries certainly are very capable in this regard. 85% of those are lithium-ion. So just based on what exists now, we're looking at something like 220,000 tons of scrap batteries in the next 10 years or so. So in terms of opportunities for recycling, we have, well, number one, the opportunity to avert huge landfills full of toxic scrap batteries. But we also have some major opportunities for renewable energy or the renewable energy economy in general. So recycling and keeping materials in a circular flow within the battery renewable energy business helps insulate our supply chains from commodity price fluctuations, which it's been mentioned, cobalt has jumped around by about 100% over the past few years. It's unlikely to really stabilize as far as I can tell based on the available global resources of cobalt. So kind of the corollaries to that are an overall reduction in the cost of the technology, leading to faster implementation of renewable energy, which requires energy storage. And then finally, as Maggie mentioned, there's a material security issue. And so lithium-ion batteries make use of many materials which are considered critical in terms of their supply availability. And I've listed several of the more prominent ones there, but we might also add aluminum and graphite to that list, which are both used in lithium-ion batteries pretty extensively. Not that we wouldn't be able to access those, but they require immense amounts of energy to produce. So they are relatively expensive, and they can be recovered from the battery. So I'll give a little overview of the available approaches to lithium-ion battery recycling. Two of these are used commercially, as has been mentioned, the pyrometallurgical processing and hydrometallurgical processing. And I've given some idea of the outputs from those routes. So in one, pyrometallurgy, the battery is just burned. It's like a blast furnace. And you recover an alloy metal product, which can then go back to the commodity market. In hydrometallurgical processing, the battery is crushed and then the valuable metals are dissolved in acid, and those can be returned into the battery supply chain, or they can go out into the larger commodity market again. We've been focused on an advanced approach called direct recycling, where we aim to essentially demanufacture the battery. So it's technologically much more complex because we don't really get to remake anything. We're taking an end-of-life battery that's 10 years old, grinding it up and trying to get the useful materials back, separate them all, and make sure that they have high enough quality to be used to make brand new batteries. And I'll just use this slide to illustrate the reason for, or the impetus for this approach. So the chart on the left of the slide summarizes the various cathode active materials that are used in lithium-ion technologies. And they've been broken down according to the commodity price of the metals that go into them, and then the value that's added during the manufacturing process. And that includes capital depreciation of the manufacturing plant, energy, labor, etc. So the one on the far left, the highest bar, is the most expensive material. That's lithium cobalt oxide. That's almost, well, it's exclusively used in consumer electronics batteries where power density is absolutely required. It's also used in race cars like Formula E cars, but definitely not on any homologated vehicle. The numbers there, 111, 523, et cetera, refer to various types of NCM materials, and they specify the nickel, cobalt, manganese ratio. And those are all somewhat similar, but there's been a move towards using lower cobalt materials. So the NCMs and NCA, which is a very similar material, all use some amount of cobalt, and although there's research towards cobalt-free alternatives, I think from materials chemistry perspective, it's unlikely to see anything on the market anytime soon. Finally, the two on the right, LMO and LFP, they're much lower energy density technologies, but they are lithium-ion technologies. And they're probably the best illustrator for why we need more advanced recycling technologies. So the commodity value of the metals in those two cathode materials are essentially nothing. The lithium's worth something, but manganese and iron are literally dirt cheap. So all of the value in those materials is from the manufacturing process. So with pyrometallurgy and hydrometallurgical approaches, the material is destroyed. So we take it back to some sort of precursor state, and then we have to re-add the value when we remake the material. In direct recycling, although there's some cost and complexity associated with the approach, we can get at some of that added value when we're recovering the products. So then finally, a few comments on how to accelerate progress towards sustainability in renewable energy. One of the big ones related to recycling of batteries is that the profitability is variable and depends heavily on the type of cathode active material that was used to make the battery. Associated with that complexity, there's a high burden associated with collecting, sorting, and storing these various technologies. And then one of the big ones is that end-of-life batteries are classified as dangerous goods, so transporting them is very expensive and is probably a prohibitive burden to profitable recycling at this point. So what can we do about that? I view there's, the carrot and the stick. So incentives and aid. I'm a scientist, so I have to plug this, but we need more money for R&D. Another idea, especially in the context of energy storage installations, is some sort of technology guidance. So if you put in a grid-attached battery that uses LFP chemistry, there's really no value baked into the system to recover at the end of life, and you're going to have to pay to dispose of that. Whereas if there are a higher upfront cost associated with using a more expensive active material, there would at least be some gold in there to get at when you mine the product at the end of life. Then on the regulation side, one motivator from the my company's perspective is that in 2 of the major EV markets, we have producer responsibility mandates of various forms. It's not clear in a lot of cases whether that falls on the automotive OEM or the battery OEM, and that's actually something that's negotiated, and people aren't really certain about, is there value in these systems and who gets to keep it or who has to accept the liability. So that's something that's negotiated, but people are concerned about. Another concern that I have is I've been to some recycling plants, not in the US, but I've visited some recycling operations, and they're pretty dirty. You wouldn't want to live anywhere near one. And so having some sort of emission standards associated with recycling plants would help people develop economically viable strategies there. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you to all of our panelists for sharing your interesting perspectives. We are running a little bit over time right now, but let's go ahead and open it to 1 or 2 quick questions.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Thank you for those great presentations. I have a question. Can I throw out 2 questions? They're short, and whoever wants to answer them can answer them. One is regarding volume, and whether when we think about and talk about these extended producer responsibility mandates, we should actually be inclusive of manufacturing scrap, and how we could bring that under the fold, because often it's a specific law or regulation that's dealing with end-of-life consumer products, and then how do you kind of backtrack to get that manufacturing scrap in? So that would be the first question. And the second one is around labeling. We have labels that say keep things out of landfills, but as, like, even with the next generation PV, as we start putting perovskites on top of silicon and you have all these lead halides in there, recyclers are going to want to know what the content of these things are. So how do we work through kind of the proprietary nature of the secret recipe that's in all this material, and actually giving recyclers the information that they want to know to make sure that they can get it. There's value in there and they know how to get out of it. So, thank you.
I'll comment on the manufacturing scrap aspect. There's an economic driver for that, which is just to reduce the cost of manufacturing. What can we do here? So first, minimizing scrap, so improving efficiency and yield is the easiest one. Well, it's the primary one. I don't know about easiest. It's obvious. But recycling scrap, that's something we do. You have to do something with it, either pay to get rid of it or try to recover what value you can.
For solar panels, well, we tried it when the early days of PV cycle 2009, we had working groups, was one of the discussions which I put in place that would be good to start with production scrap. There is enough volume now at that time in Europe because there was a lot of production still. Because from an economic perspective, you're right. On the other hand, within PV cycle, it was then voted upon, And the answer was no. Majority said no. And it was also, I think, within a collective systemized PV cycle, it might be difficult because then people are starting to point to each other, like you have more scrap than me, and I'm not willing to pay for your scrap, etc., etc. So that's a difficult one. But from an economic perspective towards the recycling industry, it's correct. Although also the characteristics of production scrap, especially from solar panels, I'm less familiar with batteries, but for solar panels, sometimes complete different material than a post-consumer PV panel, which is still the complete laminated product. And in the production scrap, you have more or less sometimes purely glass, or sometimes only some broken leftovers of aluminium. So that's one thing. And on the other point, the other question you had, I can also answer. The car industry, for instance, has set up such a library, let's say, of components of what's in a car, and this for almost all the brands which are existing in the world. It could be even, I think, that Tesla is participating in that one. But so no, that's I forgot now the website name. On the other hand, you cannot look into it, Dustin. You will only need a login, which you do not have. Me neither. But people, so the recyclers have their login, they log in and they can immediately see a BMW 320 from whatever year, that's in a sense. And we are also now in an R&D project we are involved in, it's called Circusol, so circular economy meets solar. One of the objectives is there also to set up such a thing for solar panels, that at least. But in the WE directive, it's one of the obligations even also. So we already have provided to our treatment plants we work with this kind of high-level overview a solar panel contains, of course, without indicating. We also do not need to know this, how many selenium is exactly used by brand X or Y or Z. That's not so important, but at least you need to know that the CIS panel contains selenium and etc.
Do we have one more question?
Hi. Oops. So this slide is pretty good for me for the question. So you say like a R&D funding is needed, but from the private or public sector perspective? And if it's a public, why the private sector cannot fund that?
Okay, I definitely owe everyone a comment on that. So our R&D situation is that we grew up from a small company starting on SBIR grants. So our R&D has pretty much always been publicly co-funded to some extent. Manufacturing is a pretty low profit operation, so there's not a ton of money. It's hard enough to keep your head above water. There's not a lot of money to look 10 years into the future when you're not sure if you're going to be around 3 years into the future. And then, why should the public fund it? There's just a global societal health concern with shifting that should drive the shift towards renewable energy. We have to reduce overall carbon emissions, and we know we have to move to renewable energy, and no one company is large enough to deal with that.
Yeah, I'd also add, from like a public funding for R&D perspective, the DOE incentives for battery recycling are also related to critical materials, and almost from like a national security concern in terms of keeping the valuable materials that are technically mined in other places, keeping them in the US. So there is a public vested interest in battery recycling technology also for PV, but just making sure that those critical materials are recovered and kept within, strategically the United States.
Sorry, we have time for one more question. Okay, we'll take two.
Hi, Sam Vanderhoof, Recycle PV. I just want to tie some things together, if we could, a little bit. And
I want to just talk a little bit, just for a minute, and then maybe get some reaction from the panelists. The myth that solar panels last for 25 to 30 years or more. We've been doing recycling now and working in that business for about 2 years or so now in the U.S., and we're not seeing that. And I've manufactured modules in the past as well, and we're seeing that the shorter life is happening. This week alone, we're working on 30,000 solar modules that we're trying to recycle that are less than 5 years old. They're not old. They're much newer technology. This because of weather-related issues and warranty issues. I think Maggie had talked about working on modules that last longer. That would be ideal, but the problem is cost, and this balance between cost and being able to work on end-of-life issues, but also to get the longevity out of the modules. Cost is a big factor, and we see the quality go down. If you look at solar panels that were made 20 years ago compared to today, they're different. They really are different. So my question is, if we could do one thing in the next year, what would that be? Both for modules, solar modules, and for batteries.
I guess my response to that would be, who's we? And that it's different entities have really different objectives for what they're trying to achieve and work on. I mean, economics speaks largely to what industry is trying to do, either on the manufacturing side or the deployment side or the recycling side. You know, from a government perspective, we feel that the best use of long-term research is in trying to understand the various metrics for circularity, and one really impactful area we can work on. You know, NREL developed some of the early commercially viable residential solar technologies back in the 70s and early 80s. So, you know, we're looking at very long term. And that's why I can talk about things like lifetime. If we could get to a 50-year lifetime with greater guarantee than what we're starting to see for existing silicon panels, I think that would make a huge impact on circularity. But it really is a very complex problem, and you have to put that in terms of time, economics, and impact to various stakeholders. So I'm sorry, there's not probably one answer.
All right, we'll take your last question.
Thank you for allowing me to ask the very last question. My name is Carlos, and I work for City of Elk Grove. And I have basically comment, a curiosity, and perhaps a question in between. So we're looking at solar panels, and it seems like we're trying to prevent this massive of modules to be sent to a landfill for disposal. However, we do know that some of them shows characteristics of toxicity in them. So going back to that part where they show toxicity characteristics in them, there was a law that passed, or there was some asbestos started to be regulated from 1973 through 1993, and slowly asbestos was removed from construction materials, some other products that needed that strong adhesive, if I may, name it brakes from buses and so on. Is there any possibility that solar panels moving forward or with new technology, or could be any standards within the industry that we can set parameters or thresholds to limit those hazardous materials that have been added to those products once they become obsolete? And the other part is too, in California we have what we call the gasoline, the California blend gasoline. Is also the lead was removed from the gasoline, for air quality purposes. So we have those two, regulations in there. Is there a possibility that we can do the same thing for batteries or solar panels?
I'm going to just go out on a limb and say this is the wrong group of people probably to answer that question. It's funny that you would mention the lead in gasoline, because that's the example I always use, is that we would still be driving cars with leaded gasoline if it hadn't been for regulation, because short of regulation, it comes down to economics. And so I agree that that may be something important for policymakers to look at, but you'll have to ask the policymakers.
Yeah, and I think it's Ali, you overreact much by comparing solar panels with asbestos. Sorry, this is not fair and totally not correct. You give the impressions that solar panels are so dangerous. Well, then remove them immediately. Put away your 16 gigawatt you installed in California right now, and you can do it. I invite you to do it. But that's not fair, that's not correct. I maybe invite you, visit with me a hazardous waste treatment plant. And maybe we do it not only in the US, also in Europe, and you finally also will see how waste is treated properly. Because that's not a fair statement. And again, as I said, there are so many products here in this room. I have here also a device in my hand. This device probably also has hazardous material in it. It's not because a product contains hazardous materials that it is also hazardous waste at the end of its lifetime, and vice versa. I refer to lubricants oil. It's the best example. So lubricants oil is sometimes shipped as non-hazardous goods, so not on the ADR legislation, but it's sometimes considered as hazardous waste. So there also you could also ask your questions. Hey, you can ship waste oil very easily. You only have to respect one. So it's, again, if you take that analysis, then this building here is full with hazardous material, and then it's even not clever to sit here. So it's mainly, we have to stop by mixing and blending constantly. When you put a product on the market, then it's a product. And when it's entering a waste phase, then it's really waste. And yes, then you sometimes have non-hazardous waste, sometimes hazardous waste. And then you have to facilitate that the proper things are in place to have an environmentally sound solution. And you have to focus on getting it an environmentally sound solution, preferably within California, preferably within the US. If not, okay, outside US, and then also monitor and so on. But I also, Ali, that's probably my European perspective here, but you must stop by blaming constantly every product, and that's immediately considered as always hazardous or always the most extreme, because that's also what happened in Europe 30 years ago. They blamed constantly every product as a hazardous waste product, while at the end the only reason was we are afraid of it. So then it's better to blame it with the most dangerous and extreme and hazardous characteristics, and that's not good. That does not help nobody, especially not if you have a huge legacy in place. 16 gigawatt is now installed in California. You have to clean it up one day, and if more and more is installed now by imposing on new buildings that PV must be installed, well, then you need to have to facilitate the challenge ahead.
Awesome. Thank you so much to panel 3 and to the audience for your questions. Now let's go ahead and turn to Teresa for closing remarks.
Thank you so much, everyone, for sticking to the end. Can we give panel 3 a round of applause, please? So I'll make it really quick because I know everyone has to run and try to beat traffic. But, so what we heard today is there's already a need and a demand for recycling. We've heard from Heidi, we've heard from Professor Mulvaney, and some of the recyclers that they're already seeing this. This is real, and that there's not only just the national security impacts of all these rare mineral mining, but there's also the human impacts of using child labor for mining these minerals. So we want to make sure that we're able to recycle and reuse a lot of the devices that are out on the market. We heard about the barriers and the research needs. Some of the policy tools and incentives, I would break it into maybe 2 categories, where how do we stimulate better design that's repairable, reusable, prolong longevity, and it's easily recyclable. And then how do we stimulate the collection and recycling of these devices? They might include permit streamlining, clear regulatory pathway, some kind of producer responsibility requirements, definitely the need for funding, R&D funding, pilot funding, potentially tax incentives. And so with that, we still have a lot of work to do. We are, as Nidhi mentioned at the beginning, we are planning on doing a white paper. So I encourage you to continue to engage with us. Please feel free to reach out to us, and if you have research information or anything you want to share. And then the slides will be made available online. This workshop is recorded. So if you have any questions, you can go back and refer. And thank you so much for your time and participation at this workshop.